under the open hush of the ocean's surface. Time stretches and sound falls away. The world beneath is one of immense pressure and impossible calm, where light is a visitor and silence is king. The sea does not rush. It breathes slowly, like the deep lungs of the earth. Down here, the ordinary rules no longer apply. Gravity tilts, sound bends, and machines, even the most advanced, the most secret, can simply disappear. This is the world of submarines. Long, narrow vessels, built not to be seen but to glide undetected. They slip into the water quietly, cutting through layers of pressure and light like ink through parchment. Inside them, men, missions, and classified intentions. Outside, a blackness that swallows steel and sound alike. Submarines are the ghosts of naval warfare. Designed for silence, crafted for secrecy, they carry both weaponry and wonder. Some dive to patrol borders. Others drip beneath ice sheets. Some are nuclear, some experimental, and a few are so secret, their very missions remain unknown. But there is one fate that links them all, the possibility of vanishing. A storm may rage above, or a torpedo may find its mark. But in the vastness of the deep, some submarines vanish without signal or splash. No explosion, no flares, no debris bobbing in the tide. One moment, contact. The next, silence. The ocean does not mark their passing. It does not spit up a hull or offer back the crew. It simply folds around the loss and keeps drifting. Families wait. Navies whisper. And theories grow like barnacles over decades. Did they suffer mechanical failure? Were they struck by unseen forces? Or did they dive into waters we were never meant to map? What follows is not a tale of action, but one of absence. Not a march of facts, but a meditation on silence. Across hours of story, we will move slowly through the records, the rumors, the redacted files. We will float through Cold War tensions, ancient trenches, ghost signals, and tragic final pings. Some of what you'll hear is documented. Some is speculation. Much is unknown. But all of it begins here, in the still hush beneath the surface, where the deep sea keeps its secrets, and submarines vanish into memory. The ocean is a paradox. It gives life and it takes it. It is at once a cradle and a grave, a place of beginnings and of quiet ends. For those who stand at the shoreline, it looks infinite, but its real mystery lies in its depth, not its breadth. What vanishes into its belly is not always returned. Some things sink not just out of reach, but out of memory. Salt and silence are its currency. Time does not move in straight lines here. Down in the abyss, everything is suspended. Light fails. Heat fades. Organisms evolve strange features to survive in this darkness, while human-made machines are slowly eaten alive. The sea has its own appetite, and what it wants most is metal. Submarines are not like ships. Ships sink, crack open, drift. Their masts rise out of water. Their names are painted boldly across their hulls. But submarines are designed for disappearance. When one vanishes, it does so completely. There are no lifeboats, no flares, no final transmissions drifting up through static. The pressure doesn't just collapse hulls. It erases them. At depths of more than 1,000 meters, steel can crumple like paper. The immense force outside a vessel becomes unbearable. A single crack, a valve out of place, or a sudden power loss, and the vessel is crushed inward in milliseconds. The sound would be muffled, if heard at all. To those on board, there is no time for panic. Just darkness, then nothing. And yet, even in these fatal moments, the ocean rarely offers up clues. Black boxes, sonar beacons, and emergency signals are designed to survive pressure, but even they fail sometimes. Salt water corrodes. Currents scatter. Debris fields vanish into undersea canyons. The longer a wreck goes unfound, the less likely it is to ever return to human knowledge. Nature reclaims it piece by piece, until even divers cannot say if a shape is man-made or geological. The sea is not vindictive. It does not target or punish. It simply absorbs. It watches nothing. It remembers nothing. And in this absence of intent lies the terror. A vanished submarine is not a solved tragedy. It is an open-ended silence. No names etched into memorial stone can fully capture what it means to be swallowed whole by a planet's oldest and most patient element. There are no witnesses in the deep. The only records are geological layers and sonar ghosts. Without survivors, there are no answers, only patterns. Ships that fail to surface. Exercises that end without contact. Missions that never return. The files may remain classified, but the result is always the same. Nothingness. We imagine the sea as a frontier, but it is more like a vault. It keeps things. It seals them away. Submarines are designed to avoid detection, but when they go missing, they become part of something even more elusive, the unknown. Not just sunk, but erased. Men have spent lifetimes trying to retrieve lost submarines. Some are found, decades later, broken on the seabed. Others remain missing. The search costs millions. The answers, if they come at all, arrive in fragments. A pressure gauge, a twisted panel, a boot. The story they tell is incomplete. There is something uniquely haunting about a vessel lost beneath the sea. A plane vanishes in the air, but its pieces fall to earth. A train derails, and its wreckage lies exposed. But when a submarine disappears, it is gone without ceremony. The crew is sealed in a metal capsule and taken into a world where sound travels slower and memory does not echo. Even sonar, our most advanced ear beneath the surface, cannot always find what we seek. The ocean floor is uneven, marked with trenches deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Currents shift sand like wind. Wrecks are buried. Signals fade. Entire ships lie under layers of silt, invisible even when we are directly above them. In this way, the ocean is not just a physical grave. It is a conceptual one. It buries evidence, but it also buries meaning. It takes what we know and makes it unknowable. The lost submarine becomes more than a tragedy. It becomes a riddle, one that resists answers, not through trickery, but through nature's vast indifference. This is why the vanishing of submarines haunts us so deeply. They are the product of engineering precision, operated by highly trained professionals, monitored by satellite and sonar. And still, some disappear. The technology meant to protect them becomes irrelevant once the sea decides to close its hand. We will explore many of these vanishings. But to understand them, we must first sit with the quiet truth that the ocean does not explain itself. It swallows metal as easily as it swallows myth. It holds secrets not because it wants to, but because it can. Beneath the surface of global diplomacy and public headlines, a second war unfolded. Colder, quieter, and far deeper. While the world watched space races and border tensions, another race surged below the ocean surface. In the hidden black of the sea, submarines moved like ghosts. No flags, no lights, no warnings. Just metal sliding through shadow, carrying the weight of nuclear secrets and national pride. The Cold War was a standoff between ideologies, capitalism versus communism, freedom versus control. But beneath these banners were weapons designed never to be seen. The United States and the Soviet Union turned to the sea not only for defense but for dominance. Submarines became their invisible fists, operating in absolute silence, armed with missiles that could end civilization before a siren even sounded. By the 1960s, submarine fleets had grown from tactical machines into strategic instruments of power. Ballistic missile submarines, called boomers, prowled the oceans with apocalyptic potential. Attack submarines shadowed them, ready to strike. Both sides developed new technologies at a frenzied pace. Better sonar, quieter propulsion, longer range, deeper diving. But secrecy was paramount. Success depended not on confrontation, but on remaining undetected. This silence was not just physical. It became institutional. Missions were classified. Crews sworn to secrecy. Incidents scrubbed from records. A submarine might suffer damage, go missing, or even be destroyed, and the world would not hear a word. The military's greatest strength was its ability to suppress not just action, but memory. Disappearances became invisible by design. Every patrol was a chess move. Soviet subs operated off the U.S. East Coast, while American vessels tailed Soviet fleets in the Barents Sea. Encounters happened, sometimes dangerously close, but rarely acknowledged. When something went wrong, a collision, a system failure, a crew mistake, the incident was buried. Lives lost beneath classified waters. No headlines. No funerals. The geopolitical theater above massed attention below. Submarines lurk beneath Arctic ice, beneath carrier groups, beneath islands. Some followed known routes. Others ventured into zones no one admitted existed. Acoustic signatures were cataloged. Enemy vessels were tracked by propeller rhythm, by engine hum, by the faintest vibration through 100 meters of water. And yet, for all this monitoring, submarines still disappeared. Some vanishings were noted only years later. A sub failed to return. A training exercise went long, then too long. Eventually, a name was retired from official use, and the crew remembered in private. Families received telegrams with no details. Governments denied knowledge, and in the void of information, stories grew. The culture of Cold War submarining was not one of celebration. It was built on silence, suspicion, and endurance. Crews lived for months in metal tubes, surrounded by machinery and nuclear fuel, never surfacing, never speaking to the outside world. The psychological strain was immense, but so was the sense of invisibility. These men were shadows, working for nations that needed them unseen. Accidents happened. The oceans are not forgiving. Even a minor error, an open hatch, a bad weld, a misread sonar ping, could lead to disaster. But when disaster struck during a mission so secret it was never admitted, the response was equally invisible. No international outcry. No mourning. Just red tape, sealed reports, and quiet replacements. The bureaucracies of both the U.S. and USSR were designed to bury incidents under layers of confidentiality. Military departments avoided embarrassment. Intelligence agencies protected programs. Even within their own ranks, information was compartmentalized. A sailor might serve on a vessel whose last mission was unknown even to its captain. If a sub went missing, the incident might be marked only by a gap in patrol logs and a new recruiting push. Some families of lost submariners were told their loved ones had died in training accidents. Others were told nothing at all. Memorials were few and vague. Sometimes only decades later, when regimes fell or archives were opened, did the truth begin to surface. And even then, only in fragments. In this climate, it is no wonder that vanished submarines became fertile ground for mystery. With no public records, no photographs, no statements, imagination filled the void. Conspiracy theories took root. Stories passed between sailors like folklore, of vessels swallowed by deep-sea anomalies, of unreported battles, of equipment malfunctions too embarrassing to admit. And with every lost submarine, a new chapter was written in this Cold War shadows. It is important to understand this context not for drama, but for clarity. The unexplained disappearances were not just physical mysteries. They were political and cultural ones. Designed to be untraceable, these missions were sometimes lost not just in the sea, but in paper trails burned, buried, or forgotten. Even now, decades after the Cold War's formal end, the full story is unknowable. Declassified files are partial. Witnesses are aging. Locations remain redacted. Some submarines may have never been registered in official inventories. To begin with, their loss was preemptively denied. Their crews exist only in memory and in the whispers of those who served alongside them. In this dark theater beneath global conflict, the ocean became more than a battlefield. It became a vault, a place to store what could not be explained, what should not be seen. The Cold War built submarines to survive nuclear war, to disappear without trace. And some did just that. The stories that follow emerge from this silence. Partial, speculative, and shaped by the shadows of geopolitics. We do not claim to solve them, only to explore them, quietly, carefully, and with the reverence such disappearances deserve. In the still blue vastness of the Northern Pacific, in early March of 1968, a Soviet submarine known as K-129 began a mission it would never complete. It slipped beneath the surface from its base in Kamchatka, moving slowly and silently eastward. Its crew of nearly 100 men carried out their orders as they always had, confined within narrow halls, listening to hum machines and the slow exhale of ballast systems, surrounded by a darkness that knew no edges. But after March 8th, K-129 stopped transmitting, and then it vanished. There was no explosion on the surface. No distress call. The Soviet Navy waited. Hours passed. Then days. By the second week, K-129 was officially listed as missing. Behind closed Kremlin doors, naval officials and military intelligence convened. Maps unrolled across tables, eyes scanning radio logs and current charts. But the vastness of the Pacific defied logic. With no debris, no signal, and no survivors, there was little to work with. To the world at large, nothing was said. The submarine and its crew slipped into the folds of official silence. Unbeknownst to the Soviets, however, someone else had heard something. Thousands of miles away, American underwater acoustic stations, part of the global SOSUS network, detected a peculiar underwater event in the Pacific on March 8th. A low-frequency signature. Not a whale. Not a landslide. Something sudden. Something metallic. Analysts narrowed the source to a specific patch of ocean more than 16,000 feet deep, over 1,500 miles northwest of Oahu, Hawaii. To the U.S. Navy, this could only mean one thing. A Soviet submarine had gone down. The implications were immediate. The United States had, by sheer technological reach, pinpointed the final moments of a foreign nuclear submarine. What lay at the bottom of that stretch of ocean was no ordinary wreck. It was a potential treasure chest of military intelligence. Plans were quietly drawn. Proposals circulated between the CIA, Department of Defense, and White House advisors. What emerged was one of the most ambitious and secretive recovery operations in history. Project Azorian. Project Azorian was no typical salvage mission. It required building an entirely new ship, the Hughes Glomar Explorer, under the guise of deep-sea mining. Publicly, it was an industrial project led by billionaire Howard Hughes. Privately, it was funded by the CIA. The ship was designed with a massive claw, capable of reaching into the darkness over 3 miles down and lifting a submarine section intact. Few believed it could be done. The sea had never yielded such depth to human hands. Years passed. Planning, construction, and testing. In 1974, the operation was launched. From a calm surface, the Glomar Explorer lowered its heavy grip into the deep, aiming for the fragmented remains of K-129, resting quietly in silt and cold. For days, engineers watched telemetry screens, hands steady, voices low. When the wreckage was finally in their grasp, the team began the slow ascent, a journey from the dead silence of the seabed back to sunlight. But the ocean is not generous. Midway through the lift, something went wrong. Part of the wreck broke off. Some accounts say only a section of the submarine was retrieved. Others claim more was gained, and much more hidden. In official statements, little was confirmed. The CIA said only that they attempted a recovery, and that certain materials had been collected. They neither confirmed nor denied anything further. The phrase "we can neither confirm nor deny" became so iconic, it entered American legal vernacular, known now as the Glomar response. What did the CIA really find? We may never know. Some sources claim they recovered nuclear missiles. Others mention code books, encryption devices, or sonar profiles. Some even suggest human remains were recovered and given quiet burial at sea. Photographs were taken, documents sealed. The incident was classified for decades. When partial files were released under FOIA in the early 2000s, they revealed only the surface. Nothing definitive, nothing conclusive. And as with all blank spaces in official history, theories rushed to fill the void. One theory points to mechanical failure, a hydrogen explosion from a faulty battery, or a missile leak leading to internal combustion. This explanation satisfies the data, a sudden acoustic event, consistent with implosion or detonation, followed by silence. Simple, tragic, believable. Another theory suggests an accidental collision, perhaps with an American submarine shadowing K-129. Supporters cite similarities with other known incidents and the Cold War's climate of close, risky surveillance. If true, it would have been politically explosive, but the theory remains speculative, unconfirmed, and denied by all official channels. Then, there are stranger theories. Claims that K-129 was on an unauthorized mission, possibly a rogue launch scenario. Others suggest that sabotage or internal mutiny may have played a role. Some speculate it was a failed test of experimental navigation or propulsion systems. None of these claims are supported by declassified files, but none are entirely disproven either. What remains most haunting about K-129 is its absence. The submarine rests still in the Pacific, its exact condition known only to a few. Its crew, whose names were never publicized widely in the West, have no marked graves. Their final moments, like their mission, are hidden beneath layers of pressure and time. In the end, K-129 is not just a Cold War story. It is a meditation on secrecy, on silence, on how nations bury their failures under ocean and protocol alike. It represents a moment when two great powers stared into the same dark trench and saw only what they were allowed to see. For the Soviets, it was loss without explanation. For the Americans, it was a recovery without disclosure. What the ocean knows, it does not share. In May of 1968, just weeks after the disappearance of the Soviet submarine K-129, another silence fell across the ocean, this time in the Atlantic. The USS Scorpion, a skipjack-class nuclear submarine of the United States Navy, failed to return home. Its last reported position placed it southwest of the Azores. It was due to arrive in Norfolk, Virginia, on May 27th. It never did. 99 men were aboard. Experienced crew. Routine patrol. No combat conditions. The mission was classified, but not unusual. It was supposed to be a straightforward return leg from a 3-month deployment. Families gathered at the dock to welcome their fathers, sons, and husbands home. Instead, they were met by silence. The Scorpion was declared overdue and presumed missing. The Navy launched a search, quietly, urgently, and with growing dread. Within days, it was clear the Scorpion had vanished. The first thing to note is the calm. There was no distress signal, no emergency beacon, no sonar ping. In the world of submarines, silence is expected, but some silences are different. This one stretched too long. The Scorpion, it seemed, had simply slipped off the map. The vessel's last transmission was mundane, a check-in with routine data. No indication of mechanical issues. No mention of danger. Yet months later, the wreck was found at a depth of over 10,000 feet. Broken, scattered, quiet. As with all such disappearances, theories followed. Officially, the U.S. Navy concluded that the Scorpion likely suffered a catastrophic mechanical failure. The most cited explanation involved a torpedo malfunction. According to this theory, a Mark 37 torpedo may have activated while still in its tube, locked onto its own host vessel, and triggered a chain of events that led to an internal detonation. Another theory pointed to electrical problems. The Scorpion had a history of mechanical issues. Before this mission, she had experienced multiple breakdowns, from hydraulic leaks to electrical shorts. Maintenance had been deferred. Requests for full overhauls were denied or delayed. Some former crew members referred to her as a rust bucket. It's possible that a simple system failure cascaded into disaster. And yet, not everyone agrees. Some researchers and former naval officers have proposed darker possibilities. Was the Scorpion attacked? Was there a secret confrontation with Soviet sub in the open Atlantic? A collision, perhaps, or an act of deliberate sabotage? Context matters. This was 1968, a tense year. Not only had K-129 vanished, but Cold War operations were escalating. U.S. and Soviet submarines were shadowing each other constantly, testing limits, gathering intelligence. It's conceivable that the Scorpion stumbled into contested waters or was engaged in a classified intercept operation. If an encounter turned hostile, there would be motive to suppress the incident. No one wanted open war. No one wanted to admit loss. Others have raised the possibility of an internal event, mutiny, sabotage, a critical equipment failure overlooked or ignored. But all of these remain speculative, drifting in the space between rumor and record. The Scorpion's wreckage offered few answers. The hull was severely damaged. The sail was twisted. Debris fields were wide, suggesting a violent implosion, likely after internal flooding or explosion. But there was no conclusive evidence of what triggered it. Under the immense pressure of the deep ocean, Clues are few and hard to read. For the families, answers never truly came. The official report was heavily redacted. Autopsies were impossible. No bodies were recovered. Instead, there were briefings filled with technical language and uncertain phrasing. Most probable cause, estimated depth, presumed structural failure. Even the photographs of the wreck were classified for decades. When finally released, they showed haunting images. The crumpled steel of a once formidable vessel, now lying in cold darkness. The ocean had not preserved it. It had erased its sharpness, made it soft, made it silent. In 1993, a Navy report, known as the Fast Report, revisited the Scorpion's loss. It suggested that a battery explosion or torpedo issue remained the likely cause. But again, nothing definitive. The authors emphasized that the submarine condition made a clear conclusion impossible. Today, the USS Scorpion rests at the bottom of the Atlantic, far from shore, entombed in the deep. Her nuclear reactor is still sealed. Her crew still on board. There is no recovery plan. Only a zone marked on naval charts, a place of stillness, of memory, of unresolved questions. For those who study these disappearances, the Scorpion is not just a case. It is a symbol of Cold War tension, of technological limits, of what happens when silence becomes permanent. No war was declared, no apology issued, no headline read attack confirmed or sailors avenged. Instead, the official story is one of unfortunate failure, a malfunction, a tragedy. But not everyone believes it, not because of evidence, but because of absence. Some claim the wreck was moved. Some say the CIA knows more than it admits. Some point to Soviet records that remain closed. But in the end, no theory can be proven. The Scorpion took its truth with it, and so it lies there still, deep in the Atlantic black. One of the United States Navy's nuclear ghosts. A vessel designed for war that met only silence. No alarms, no escape, just descent, pressure, and stillness. Its name is carved into memorials, but story remains unfinished. In the world of naval operations, accidents are rare, disappearances even rarer. Yet in the span of just 5 months in 1968, 4 submarines from 4 different nations vanished. The Soviet K-129 in March, the American USS Scorpion in May, the French Minerve in January, the Israeli Dakar in January as well. Each event happened in isolation, separate seas, separate missions, and yet, taken together, they mark a year unlike any other in undersea history. There was no common cause, no single thread connecting all 4. No war raged across the oceans. No single enemy could be blamed. And yet, all 4 submarines, operating independently, fell silent. Some were found years later. Others lay hidden for decades. And some still resist explanation. To those watching from the surface, it might have seemed coincidental. Unrelated mishaps, unfortunate tragedies. But within military and intelligence circles, the clustering of events raised quiet alarms. Was it just bad luck? Or was something happening in the deep that no one could explain? The first to vanish was a French submarine Minerve, a diesel-electric vessel that disappeared on January 27th, just off the southern coast of France. Calm seas, clear skies, a routine training exercise. The sub was returned to port in Toulon when it lost contact. Search efforts began immediately. Dozens of ships, sonar teams, even commercial divers were called in. Nothing was found, not a single piece of debris. For decades, Minerve remained missing, a ghost beneath the Mediterranean, until its wreck was finally discovered in 2019, resting quietly 45 kilometers from shore. 2 days later, on January 29th, the Israeli submarine Dakar vanished while en route from the UK to its new home in Haifa. It had been acquired from the British Navy and was undergoing transfer. Communications had been steady. Morale was high. Its last transmission was confident, even celebratory, reporting good progress and anticipating early arrival. Then nothing. Like Minerve, the Dakar simply stopped responding. No emergency signals. No distress call. The Israeli Navy launched a massive search, supported by multiple allied nations. Still, the sea gave up no clues. The wreck of Dakar wouldn't be located until 1999, more than 3 decades later, in the eastern Mediterranean, some 500 kilometers from its intended course. How and why it came to rest there remains uncertain. Theories abound. Mechanical failure, flooding, navigational error, even structural fatigue. But no theory fully fits. Like Minerve, Dakar left no clear trace of its final moments. Then came the loss of K-129 in March, a Soviet ballistic missile submarine. It disappeared in the North Pacific under still murky circumstances. American sonar networks picked up the acoustic signature of a possible implosion. Project Azorian followed. But the cause of the incident remains a matter of speculation, ranging from internal failure to covert conflict. K-129 was found by the CIA in 1974, but much of what was recovered remains classified. Finally, in May, came the disappearance of a USS Scorpion, one of the United States Navy's most modern nuclear submarines. It too was lost without warning, and like the others, its final cause remains unclear. Torpedo malfunction, mechanical breakdown, or something unspoken. Each theory exists in partial shadow. Taken individually, each of these incidents has its own context, its own possible explanation. But collectively, they create a pattern of eerie symmetry. For nations, for submarines, for disappearances, all in the same year, all without warning, all under the veil of ocean silence. What makes 1968 so strange is not just the quantity of losses, but the quality of mystery surrounding them. These were not wartime events. There were no battles, no public reports of engagement. These were peacetime missions conducted by seasoned crews aboard functional vessels. And yet, the outcome was the same: silence. Some have speculated about a shared external cause, perhaps a covert underwater conflict between superpowers that was never revealed to the public. Could there have been a series of unreported encounters, accidental collisions, experimental weapons gone awry, or perhaps sabotage, carefully coordinated across geopolitical lines? These theories are difficult to prove. Documents are redacted, witnesses are few, and time erodes memory as surely as the sea erodes steel. Others point to environmental causes, shifts in deep ocean pressure zones, magnetic anomalies, equipment that failed under stress never fully tested. In each case, small mechanical faults may have been enough to trigger catastrophe. A leaky valve, a flawed weld, a single miscalculation. In the cold quiet of the deep, even minor issues can become fatal in seconds. But what lingers is the atmosphere of the year itself. 1968 was turbulent on land, marked by protests, assassinations, and the escalation of the Vietnam War. And beneath the sea, it was no less strange. For a conflict defined by secrecy, the Cold War's underwater front was never more obscure than in these silent months. Each nation handled its loss differently. France mourned Minerve quietly. Israel grieved publicly, with national broadcasts and memorials. The Soviet Union remained silent about K-129 for years, acknowledging it only in vague terms. And the United States held ceremony for Scorpion's crew, but released few details, offering instead technical language and statistical probabilities. The men who vanished shared no common flag, no shared language. But their stories now echo in the same place, a year where submarines were claimed by the sea in rapid succession, never to return. The families they left behind waited, wondered, hoped, and in many cases, never truly knew what happened. Today, 1968 remains a reference point in naval history, not for what we learned, but for what we still don't understand. A year that invites reflection, a year that whispers questions no sonar can answer. Was it coincidence or convergence? The ocean does not say. The Israeli submarine Dakar left the United Kingdom in early 1968, proud and freshly refitted. Once a British Royal Navy vessel known as HMS Totem, it had been handed over to Israel and renamed Dakar, Hebrew for swordfish. Its journey was meant to be uneventful, a simple voyage home. Crewed by 69 men, Dakar sailed east across the Mediterranean, passing familiar ports and clear blue waters. It made regular contact with Naval Command. All was well, and then it was gone, Its disappearance was sudden, clean, and complete. No mayday, no distress flares, no broken equipment washing ashore. Just silence. The last transmission was sent on January 24th, 1968. It was oddly cheerful. The captain reported that they were ahead of schedule and expected to arrive early. There were no signs of mechanical failure, no weather warnings, nothing to suggest danger. And yet, within hours of that message, the car vanished from the world. The Mediterranean is not a vast ocean. Its waters are well-traveled, its coastlines densely populated. One might think that a lost submarine in such a region would be quickly found. But that assumption does not hold. The Mediterranean, despite its borders, holds its secrets tightly. Beneath the surface, its trenches are complex, its currents unpredictable, its floors layered with geological folds and military wreckage from decades of conflict. The Israeli Navy launched an immediate search. Naval vessels from several countries joined the effort. For days, ships and aircraft scoured the sea, listening for signals, looking for debris. Nothing. Only a faint sonar transmission was picked up days later, a strange and ambiguous sound that some thought might be an emergency buoy. It was never confirmed. The search eventually scaled down. Hope turned to waiting, and the waiting turned into decades. Questions lingered. How could a modern submarine, fully functional and closely monitored, disappear without a trace? Theories emerged, but none brought closure. Some pointed to a navigational error. Perhaps the Dakar descended too far and imploded under pressure. But the Mediterranean's depth, while significant in places, is not extreme by submarine standards. Others suggested a collision with another vessel, or perhaps an underwater geological feature. But again, no evidence surfaced. Sabotage was whispered. At the time, Israel was in a tense regional posture. Intelligence operatives moved silently across borders. Could the submarine have been targeted, either from within or from abroad? No credible proof was ever presented. Still others speculated about internal malfunction, a sudden valve failure, a power loss, a pressure breach. Any of these could have turned fatal in moments. But if so, why no signal? Submarines are trained to report problems, even in their final moments. The absence of any distress call remains one of the deepest puzzles. The families of the crew waited. Each year, ceremonies were held in Israel. Memorials added names, but no details. For a time, the Dakar was both national grief and national myth, a symbol of loss, mystery, and silent service. Generations passed without answers. Then, in 1999, more than 30 years later, the Dakar was found. An American deep-sea survey team, aided by new search technologies and sonar mapping tools, located the wreck nearly 3,000 meters below the surface, between Crete and Cyprus. It was far off its last reported course, resting silently on the seabed. The Dakar had broken into 3 main pieces, but was mostly intact. No evidence of fire, no gaping hull breach, no visible torpedo impact. The discovery raised as many questions as it answered. Why was the submarine so far from its expected location? What caused its sudden descent? And why did its emergency systems fail to activate? The structural damage suggested a rapid, uncontrolled dive, perhaps a ballast malfunction, or a sudden systems cascade. But no single failure stood out. The ocean had erased most surface evidence, and after 3 decades, even metal had softened. What remained was a shell, haunted more by absence than explanation. Israel held a national ceremony. A new memorial was unveiled. The crew was honored again, this time with a final resting place. And yet, for many, the mystery remained. A missing submarine is never just a machine. It is a collection of voices, routines, habits, and hopes, sealed in steel and swallowed by the sea. There are no conclusive answers about the Dakar. No final report has closed the book. What lingers is a quiet map of possibilities, sketched in sonar waves and redacted reports. The Mediterranean still moves above the wreck, currents flowing silently across the twisted hull. Fish drift past open hatches. Sand gathers on the command tower, and the sea, as always, does not explain itself. In the end, the story of the Dakar is not about blame, or even about failure. It is about how something can be present, visible, traceable, planned, and then simply not be. It is about the thin margin between precision and fragility, between control and surrender, between sound and silence. And it is about how long a nation, and the people within it, will wait for something lost to return. In the early hours of January 27, 1968, the French submarine Minerve disappeared. It was a quiet morning off the southern coast of France. The Mediterranean lay calm, the skies clear. Minerve had been conducting a routine training exercise near Toulon, practicing dives and surfacing maneuvers, communicating regularly with the naval command. Then, in a matter of minutes, it vanished. No distress call, no explosion, no surface disturbance, just silence. The Minerve was a Daphne-class submarine, compact, agile, and designed for coastal operations. It carried 52 men, all experienced, all familiar with the routines of their mission. The crew had been in good spirits. The exercise was ordinary, but when the sub missed its scheduled check-in, concern turned quickly to alarm. France launched an immediate and intensive search. Dozens of vessels combed the area. Aircraft flew patterns overhead. Sonar scans swept the seafloor. But nothing was found. Not a single piece of debris surfaced. No oil slick. No bubble trail. It was as if the submarine had never existed. The families waited, hoped, then mourned. But without answers, even grief remained suspended. What had taken their loved ones? Where had it happened? And why had the sea, so close to shore, so thoroughly mapped, offered nothing in return? Speculation took root. Perhaps there had been a mechanical failure, a malfunctioning snorkel, a cracked ballast tank, a sudden pressure loss. All were plausible. The Minerve was not new. Like many submarines of the 1960s, it operated with systems that, while reliable, were not infallible. A small error could escalate quickly in the unforgiving logic of underwater pressure. Still, none of these explanations could be confirmed. Without the wreck, the cause remained hidden. And so began 50 years of not knowing. Over the decades, the Minerve became something between legend and scar. Annual memorials were held in France, attended by widows and children now grown. The French Navy reviewed its search data periodically, hoping that advances in sonar might bring new insight. But the Mediterranean kept its silence. Then, in 2018, marking 50 years since the disappearance, renewed pressure from families led to relaunch the search. This time, technology had caught up. Underwater drones, advanced sonar imaging, and improved mapping software allowed a fresh look at the seabed, now understood to be more complex than once believed. In July of 2019, the wreck was found, resting 45 kilometers off Toulon at a depth of more than 2,300 meters. The Minerve lay broken but recognizable. Her bow section had separated from the rest of the hull. The shape was unmistakable. Sonar images confirmed what had long been feared but never fully accepted. The submarine had been lost within minutes of her last transmission. There was no evidence of external impact, no signs of combat or collision. Analysts believe the Minerve suffered a sudden catastrophic failure, perhaps while surfacing. A mechanical fault, a rupture, a failure so swift there was no time for a signal. The discovery brought closure, but also renewed sorrow. Families returned to the sea, this time to lay wreaths at a known site. Naval officials held ceremonies, and the names of the lost were spoken once more, not as memories, but as voices finally given place. The Mediterranean, though shallow by ocean standards, is full of folds, canyons, and blind spots. It is littered with wrecks from 2 world wars, Cold War exercises, and ancient trade routes. The Minerve had settled into one of its deeper troughs, hidden not far from her intended route, but in a zone overlooked in early searches. In the 1960s, sonar resolution lacked the clarity to differentiate between geological ridges and man-made shapes. What now seemed obvious had once been invisible. The wreck was left undisturbed. No recovery was attempted. The Minerve is now a maritime grave, protected under French law. A monument rests above, but the real memorial is below, sealed in pressure, shadow, and stillness. What remains most haunting about Minerve's story is its simplicity. There was no war, no storm, No tension, just a routine patrol, a few radio updates, and then silence. It is a reminder that the sea does not need conflict to take. It does not need chaos. Sometimes, it only requires time. And yet, even in that silence, the story endured. For 50 years, families carried the weight of not knowing. For 50 years, a nation held a wound just beneath its naval pride. And when the wreck was found, it wasn't just closure. It was proof that mysteries can wait, but not forever. The ghosts of the Mediterranean are many. Ancient ships, lost planes, scattered wreckage from forgotten wars. But few are as quiet, as complete, as intimate as the Minerve. Her story isn't one of heroism or battle. It is a story of a vessel that simply stopped being, and of those who waited for its return. In the end, it is not always the storm that takes. Sometimes it is the calm. And beneath that calm, a silence too deep to measure. In the final weeks of spring in 1939, as Europe stood unknowingly at the edge of war, a newly built British submarine prepared for its first test. HMS Thetis was sleek and modern by the standards of the day, a freshly launched T-class submarine designed to help strengthen the Royal Navy in uncertain times. Its mission on June 1st was simple: a shallow test dive in Liverpool Bay, off the coast of northwest England. There was no combat, no threat, only trials, procedures, and observation. Aboard the submarine were 103 men. Some were crew, preparing to take her into full service. Others were shipbuilders and engineers, there to observe the vessel's performance and troubleshoot any issues. The atmosphere was routine, confident even. Thetis represented the future of undersea warfare. Its systems were innovative, its design efficient. Nothing suggested that anything would go wrong. But in the silence of that shallow dive, something did. The dive began slowly. At first, the submarine behaved as expected, submerging just a few feet beneath the surface. But then, without warning, it took on water. The nose dipped, compartments flooded. Within minutes, it was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Despite the immediate response from the crew, the water continued to rise. Thetis came to rest on the seabed, nose down, in just over 100 feet of water, shallow enough to see daylight above, but deep enough to trap them. The vessel was designed with safety hatches, escape plans, and emergency protocols. But nothing worked as intended. What followed was a desperate, quiet wait. The problem began with a torpedo tube. During inspection, the forward tube's outer door had been left slightly open, an error caused by the alignment of the indicator mechanism. From inside, it appeared sealed. In truth, it was not. When crew members attempted to open the inner door during testing, seawater rushed in. It was a simple oversight, a misread valve, a misunderstood indicator. Human error, subtle but devastating. The mistake allowed the ocean to enter, not in a roar, but in a steady, unstoppable stream. As the hours passed, the men trapped inside tried everything. They moved to the rear compartments, rationed air, and used the emergency escape chamber. For men managed to exit and reach the surface using that method. But the rest remained aboard, alive, but without a path out. Rescue ships arrived quickly. Families gathered on the shore. The press covered the event as it unfolded, day by day. But time was not on their side. Thetis remained submerged. Rescue divers struggled with equipment and currents. By the time the submarine was raised, days had passed. Everyone left inside was gone. 99 men died in peacetime, before the Second World War had begun. Their loss was felt deeply across Britain. The nation mourned not just a tragedy, but a warning. If such a thing could happen during a test, what might lie ahead in war? The Thetis disaster exposed flaws not only in equipment, but in procedure and design. Submarines of the era were complex and unforgiving. Mistakes were rarely survivable. After the incident, changes were made. Torpedo tube indicators were redesigned. Escape protocols reevaluated. But for the men lost, the reforms came too late. The vessel itself was eventually recovered and refurbished. Renamed HMS Thunderbolt, it served in a war that followed, a strange, almost poetic continuation of its interrupted journey. But its new name could not erase its past. Thetis remains one of the worst submarine disasters in British naval history, not because it occurred in battle, but because it happened without warning, without enemy, without war. It revealed the limits of human control, even in shallow water. It showed how even the most advanced vessel could be undone by a single misunderstood mechanism. In a time before sonar mapping and automated safety systems, submariners operated on a delicate balance of trust, in tools, in readings, in one another. When that balance failed, there was often no second chance. What lingers most about Thetis is the nearness of the surface. Survivors later reported seeing sunlight through the periscope. They were that close, separated from rescue not by miles, but by meters. Close enough to see life, but too deep to reach it. For those watching from the surface, it was an agony of inaction. The public followed every update. Naval officials spoke carefully, offering hope, then caution, then silence. When the full scale of the loss became known, the grief was overwhelming. But in the decades since, Thetis has become a quiet symbol. Not just a tragedy, but of learning. Its story is still told in naval academies, studied by engineers, remembered by families. It reminds us that submarines are not just machines, but environments, sealed worlds in which the smallest failure can become final. Long before the age of satellite positioning, sonar grids, and black boxes, there was HMS Thetis, lost not to war, but to water. Her crew went down expecting routine. What they found was silence. Inside a submarine, the world becomes narrow, metallic, and unchanging. The ceiling curves low. The air carries the hum of machinery. The quiet buzz of electrical panels. The occasional hiss of pressurized valves. Light is artificial, soft and dim, never shifting with the time of day. There are no windows, no sunrises or stars. Just the constant closeness of steel and silence. For the men aboard, days pass in ritual. Wake up, shift change, watch duty, maintenance, meals, sleep. Every hour is planned, every action measured. The rhythm is mechanical, not imposed by nature, but by the operational schedule. Time is marked not by daylight, but by orders and alarms. Space is precious. A submarine is a hive of narrow corridors, stacked bunks, and compartments packed with valves, wiring, and bulkheads. Privacy does not exist. Personal items are few. A photograph taped to a wall, a worn paperback, a letter folded neatly in a drawer. In such closeness, bonds form quickly, so do tensions. The crew must function as one. Harmony is not a luxury. It is survival. Noise inside the hull is constant, but subtle. The steady heartbeat of the vessel. Pump cycle. Fans blow. The occasional thud of a wrench. Yet even with these sounds, there is a deeper quiet. No birdsong. No wind. No distant traffic. Only the living machine and the breathing men within it. Food is routine. Freeze-dried, reheated, served in silence. A few shared jokes at mealtime. A bit of music played quietly through a speaker. Letters from home are read over and over, folded and unfolded until the edges were thin. Every submariner understands the contract they've entered, to vanish from the world, to become unseen. Their lives unfold beneath the waves, unnoticed by the surface they once walked. They pass beneath continents, under ice sheets, into waters where sunlight has never reached. The isolation is complete, and it is by design. Communication with the outside world is rare, brief, and monitored. Messages come in short bursts, often encoded. There's no phone call home, no real-time conversation. Loved ones wait on shore for weeks, sometimes months, without a word. Boredom is constant, but so is vigilance. Equipment checks are relentless. Drills are frequent. Even in downtime, the awareness never fades. The knowledge that they're encased in a pressure shell, surrounded by thousands of tons of crushing water. A mistake, a fault, even a loose bolt, could lead to catastrophe. But the mind adapts. What once seemed claustrophobic becomes familiar. The hum of machines becomes comfort. The silence becomes normal. Friendships form, not loudly, but deeply. The kind built through shared tasks, long watches, and the small rituals of daily life. Cleaning a console, fixing a valve, listening to the same joke told for 50th time. Laughter is quieter in a submarine, but it matters more. Some submarines are older, their walls worn by time. Others are sleek and modern, but all share the same essence, containment. They are engineered to isolate, to operate as self-sustaining islands beneath the sea. When a submarine dives, it becomes a world unto itself. And in this world, memory sharpens. Time slows. The outside world fades. News arrives late, filtered and incomplete. Holidays pass unmarked. Birthdays missed. Children grow. Events happen above, while below, men continue their watch, their maintenance, their quiet meals. The youngest among the crew look forward to surfacing, to feeling wind again, seeing the horizon. The older ones know how quickly that moment fades. For them, the submarine is not just a job, but a second home, a place where they know every bolt, every corridor, every groaning shift of pressure in the hull. They read the vessel like others read weather. Before they vanished, these men lived in patterns. In the rituals of the deep, they checked gauges, adjusted trim, cleaned filters, slept in bunks shared between shifts, wrote letters they hoped to send, counted days, then stopped counting. Some were new to the service, still learning the creaks and rhythms. Others were veterans, having already known the sea's quiet hunger. None of them expected to vanish. They prepared for emergencies. They drilled for flooding, for fire, for pressure loss. But drills are not disaster. The real thing comes without a signal. It arrives not with warning, but with suddenness, a sound, a vibration, a jolt, then darkness. To imagine life before the vanishing is to honor more than the event. It is to remember the men as they were, brushing their teeth in a cramped sink, telling stories during maintenance checks, listening to music no one liked, but everyone tolerated, laughing, working, waiting. There are no heroes in silence. Only people, young, tired, alert, bored. All of them signed up for silence, and some were taken by it. Inside the hull, before the moment of loss, life was quiet, not dramatic, not tragic, just human. And that is what remains hardest to grasp, how ordinary the hours were, right until they weren't. Sonar is the submarine's most essential sense. In the lightless depths where vision fades to nothing, it is sonar that replaces the eyes, reading the sea through vibration, reflection, and the mathematics of echo. It is through sonar that submarines navigate, detect, avoid, and survive. And it is through sonar that the silence of vanishing becomes unmistakably real. There are two kinds of sonar, passive and active. Passive sonar listens. It waits in silence, detecting the sound signatures of engines, propellers, movement through water. A skilled operator can identify a vessel's nationality by the rhythm of its machinery, the pitch of its turbine, even the click of its moving parts. Passive sonar is stealth, invisible to others, always listening, never speaking. Active sonar does the opposite. It sends a pulse, a high-frequency sound wave, into the water. That pulse travels outward, reflects off objects, and returns. By measuring the time it takes and the shape of the echo, a submarine can map its surroundings, detect obstacles, or confirm the presence of another vessel. But active sonar gives away position. It is loud. It announces. Submarines prefer passive sonar. Silence is survival. Most of the time, both enemy and ally listen, not speak. In this quiet war, whoever hears first holds the advantage. Yet, even the best sonar has limits. Sound does not travel uniformly through water. It is shaped by temperature, salinity, and pressure. These elements create what are known as thermal layers, boundaries in the ocean where sound bends, refracts, or even bounces back. These layers can hide a submarine completely. A vessel might be only a few hundred meters away, yet sonar reveals nothing. The echo disperses or curves away, never returning. There are places in the ocean where sound simply behaves strangely. Valleys in the seafloor, shifting salinity gradients, zones where sonar pulses become confused, echoed back in fragments, or swallowed altogether. These places are not supernatural. They are natural anomalies. But to the sonar operator, they feel like voids. Something is there, and then it isn't. When a submarine vanishes, it is usually not a slow event. It is sudden, a signal, a ping, a faint mechanical hum, and then nothing. No fading, no distortion, just an absence, a break in continuity. It is in this instant that operators and analysts feel the weight of silence. Naval tracking systems, such as the U.S. Navy SOSUS, a vast network of underwater microphones, span the world's oceans. These systems have monitored subsurface movement for decades. But even SOSUS is not perfect. It listens in key corridors, strategic zones. There are gaps, places where no one hears. And in these gaps, a submarine can slip away, into pressure, into depth, into mystery. When sonar goes silent, a protocol begins. Messages are sent, contact attempts made. If nothing returns, a search is launched based on last known position, projected course, possible failure points. But the sea does not follow rules. A current may have pushed the vessel far from where it was expected. A malfunction might have altered course. In the ocean, 5 minutes of silence can mean a loss of hundreds of kilometers. The eerie part is that nothing seems wrong. Operators do not hear explosions or mechanical collapse. They hear nothing. A line goes flat. A return signal does not arrive. It is the stillness that alarms. The absence. Silence becomes the loudest sound. In military terms, the loss of sonar contact is called loss of contact. It is cold language. But for those who work beneath the surface, it carries weight. It means a submarine has either gone too deep, gone too far, or ceased to exist. And in that moment, there is nothing to do but wait. Even surface vessels lose track. Ships tasked with trailing submarines must use sonar judiciously. They may follow a trail of sound for hours, only to find that it has stopped. They may switch from passive to active sonar in desperation, sending pings into the dark, but still hear no reply. The sub is no longer there. Sometimes, wreckage is later found. Other times, nothing surfaces. No debris, no oil, no signal. Just the knowledge that a machine, built to operate in silence, has taken that silence to its end. In some zones, sonar failure is more likely. Certain parts of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans are known for unpredictable acoustic behavior. Undersea mountains, ridges, and trenches distort echo. In these regions, even sonar-equipped surface ships must navigate with caution. A vessel can pass directly over a submarine and never hear it. Or worse, think it's hearing one, when it's only hearing itself. Modern submarines are equipped with backup systems, emergency beacons, buoy releases, automated distress transmissions. These systems are designed to activate when onboard power is lost or the vessel descends too far. But they rely on components working flawlessly under extreme pressure. In many cases, they do not. When sonar fails, the question becomes not just where the submarine is, but how it could have disappeared so completely. Engineers analyze black boxes. If recovered, naval architects re-examine schematics. Analysts cross-check sound files for anomalies, hidden echoes, background clues. But often, the conclusion remains the same. No signal, no sound, no trace. For the families of those aboard, this silence is more than a technical event. It becomes a void, a moment that never resolves, a last communication that offers no hint of finality. They imagine a vessel continuing on somewhere, somehow, just out of range. Even in simulation rooms, where sonar recordings are studied and replayed, the moment of disappearance leaves a chill. The screen shows sound patterns, pulses, movement, then a blank space. Not a crash, not a scream, just the absence of reply. In the world of submarines, silence is routine until it isn't. The ocean is never truly silent. Even in its darkest corners, sound travels. It travels farther underwater than in air, bending through layers of pressure and salinity, reaching places no light can touch. It is in this medium, slow, fluid, and infinite, that strange signals sometimes drift into being. Long after a submarine is declared lost, a blip may return, a distant ping, a burst of Morse code, a garbled frequency. And when it comes a question that haunts sonar operators, naval analysts, and grieving families alike, is it a ghost or something real? Throughout the 20th century, reports of these unexplained signals have emerged. sometimes quietly among military circles, other times in public leaks. They do not follow a pattern. Some are brief and isolated. Others repeat over days. In most cases, the origin cannot be precisely located. The signal is heard, and then it is gone. In 1972, a listening post off the coast of Newfoundland recorded a rhythmic sonar ping deep in the Atlantic, a signal that matched eerily the pulse pattern of a U.S. submarine lost 4 years earlier. The USS Scorpion had vanished in 1968. The recording lasted only 90 seconds. Analysts were unsure what to make of it. A stray echo? A rebroadcast? A technical glitch? No further sounds followed. The signal was filed away, unexplained. In the mid-1980s, NATO acoustic sensors detected a short burst of Morse code in the North Sea. It was faint, incomplete, and difficult to read. What caught attention was its cadence. Slow, deliberate, structured. It did not resemble civilian radio chatter or commercial vessel communication. The transmission was traced roughly to a trench known for Cold War submarine operations. No vessel, friendly or otherwise, was logged in the area at the time. The message was intercepted once. It never repeated. And then there are the signals that seem to echo the past. In 1996, a series of sonar blips were picked up in the Mediterranean, near the same zone where Israel's Dakar was eventually found years later. The blips resembled an emergency beacon, but the timing was all wrong. Almost 3 decades after the submarine's disappearance. The signal was analyzed, compared to archive recordings, and ultimately dismissed as coincidental. But those who heard it remembered the tone. A pulse from beneath, not mechanical, not geological, familiar. There are many possible explanations. Some are simple. Equipment malfunctions, sonar reflections, atmospheric interference. The ocean is full of sound, from whales, tectonic shifts, even ships far beyond the horizon. Radio waves can bounce across the atmosphere and land far from their origin, delayed and distorted. An old broadcast can reappear unexpectedly, warped by nature and time. But these explanations don't always fit. In a few cases, the signals include structured information, patterns that suggest intention, codes even. One mysterious case from 2003 involved a burst transmission heard on a frequency once used by NATO submarines in the 1960s. The signal, picked up by a civilian listening post in Spain, repeated a series of numbers, 17 for 817, then went silent. Analysts found the format similar to legacy encryption tags, though its meaning remains unknown. No known vessel was transmitting at the time. No Navy ever claimed it. To some, these signals are echoes, the auditory equivalent of light from dead stars, sound waves rebounding through layers, trapped in strange currents, arriving years late. This theory has some scientific merit. Certain deep-sea formations can cause sound to bend and delay, though rarely by more than minutes or hours. Decades, however, are harder to explain. Others believe the signals are hoaxes. Amateurs with knowledge of naval codes, pirate radio stations, misconfigured software. In the internet age, it's easier than ever to mimic a transmission and solve mystery. But that cannot account for the earlier reports, those logged in sealed documents before GPS and home computers became common. Then there are those who believe something else entirely. Not ghosts in the spiritual sense, but in the technical one. Sunken machines still functioning at some diminished level. A power system that failed slowly. A pressure-activated transmitter that flickers to life under specific conditions. Some piece of equipment, buried in silt and cold, still reaching upward out of reflex or programming. Is it possible that a submarine, lost and presumed destroyed, could still house operational electronics? Could a signal bleed upward through layers of salt and silence, whispering from a vessel no one has touched in decades? Perhaps. Or perhaps these signals are grief, projected onto noise, a longing for closure reshaping static into pattern. A crew member's last transmission imagined in a garbled frequency, a final SOS heard only because someone is still listening for it. Naval archives are filled with unexplained entries, dates, times, coordinates, where something was heard, something logged and set aside. Most are never investigated further. Resources are limited. The sea is wide, and the missing are often, officially, already gone. But those who work sonar still remember the odd sounds. The ones that don't match whale calls or seismic events. The ones that suggest intention, however faint. Some believe every submarine leaves a signature, not just in data, but in memory. And sometimes that memory pulses back. For the families of the lost, these reports are both comfort and curse. They open the door to impossible hope. Could someone have survived? Could something remain, waiting in silence? Rational minds say no. But rationality has little to do with the rhythm of grief. The ocean, for all its science, still holds mystery. It listens. It speaks. Sometimes in clear tones. Sometimes in riddles. And sometimes, when all has been declared finished, it answers back. A ping. A burst. Then nothing. The sea does not keep time. It does not remember what it swallows. There are no headstones on the ocean floor, no plaques bearing names, no weather crosses leaning into the wind. When a vessel goes down, it is not marked. It is absorbed. The ocean closes over it without a ripple, a moment, a machine, a life, gone without echo. Unlike the land, where memory is carved into stone in ceremony, the sea offers no record. A missing submarine does not leave behind a footprint or a scar. There is no crash site to cordon off, no hillside to revisit. The only memorial is in the minds of those left behind, and even that memory softens with time, like rust in salt. On land, disasters age. Time moves around them. Buildings rise. Roads twist. Markers fade but persist. On land, we place flowers. We read names aloud. We turn history into ritual. But the sea gives nothing back. No surface tells a story of what lies below. No tide carries explanation to shore. It is a strange kind of forgetting, not active, not cruel, but deep. The kind of forgetting that comes from indifference. The ocean does not mean harm. It simply does not care. It does not hold on to stories. It does not record the order of loss. It takes and continues. In this indifference is a profound quiet, a quiet that unnerves, a quiet that outlasts. For those who vanish beneath it, there is no final moment marked in stone, only the slow dissolve of metal and memory. The pressure crushes steel into shapes that no longer resemble intention. The current carries pieces far from origin. Even a name, a carefully chosen name, etched into a hull, is soon obscured by algae, darkness, and time. For those who wait above, time is marked by absence. A late call, a missed check-in, then hours, then days. Hope does not vanish all at once. It fades in slow gradients, just like light under waves. In those early hours of waiting, loved ones still believe. Perhaps the signal was delayed. Perhaps a storm interfered. But the sea does not reveal. It does not confirm. It lets absence stretch into ache. Search crews come. They scan. They drop sensors. They mark coordinates. But they look into water that holds no reflection. It is a mirror turned inward, one that never answers. And when the search ends, when the last sonar sweep returns nothing but static, the grief begins. A grief without image, without location. A grief shaped not by what was found, but by what forever remained unseen. In this void, meaning becomes difficult. Questions circle. Was it quick? Were they afraid? Could anything have changed the outcome? But the ocean does not lend itself to answers. It offers no witness. Its floor is a blind archive, sorted only by pressure and chance. The event, however sharp in human terms, becomes a featureless point in the map of the sea. And still we return to it, with questions, with rituals, with sonar and flowers and imagined conversations. We return because the sea's forgetting makes us remember harder. We build memorials on land. We hold silence at the water's edge. We cast wreaths into the tide and watch them drift, knowing they will not reach the ones they're meant for. Some submarines are found. Many are not. But even the found ones remain out of reach, entombed under miles of darkness, in places we name but cannot truly visit. We draw their outlines on screens. We speak of coordinates. But no photograph captures the full shape of the loss. It is deeper than light. It is beyond return. To dive into the sea is to enter a place where human time dissolves, where minutes stretches, where decades compress. A submarine lost in 1968 may be found in 1999, and yet nothing will have changed. The dust may have settled, the paint may have peeled, but the moment of vanishing is still present, held like a breath. And so, we narrate these stories slowly. We do not rush toward conclusions. We do not force clarity where there is none. We let the silence speak. We let the absence be what it is, not a flaw in our system, but a feature of the deep. The sea has no memory, but we do. And that memory is fragile, flickering, imperfect. A name remembered, a uniform, a laugh, a final letter. We carry those fragments because the ocean cannot, because no current will archive them, because we must. In the stillness of the abyss, there are no clocks, only waiting. And what we do with that waiting becomes the only real trace left behind. War is not a requirement for loss. Some submarines vanish not in the chaos of conflict, but in the quiet of routine. No enemy fire, no hostile contact, just clear skies, calm seas, and ordinary orders. These are the disappearances that unsettle most. The ones that occur not because of aggression, but despite careful planning. They happen on training runs, during homebound journeys, in peacetime waters watched by no enemy. The mission is simple, the conditions ideal. And then, the vessel is gone. These are the losses that prompt the softest questions. What failed? What was overlooked? What could have been done differently? The answers, if they come at all, arrive slowly and often incompletely. Sometimes, only wreckage tells a final story. Twisted steel, collapsed hatches, a trail of corrosion that speaks in fragments. And sometimes there is no wreckage, only silence. The French submarine Minerve, lost in 1968, was not on a combat operation. It was performing routine exercises within sight of its home port. The Israeli Dakar, also lost that year, was on a transfer voyage, bringing a newly acquired vessel across the Mediterranean. HMS Thetis sank during a test dive in peacetime Britain. No enemies were near, no threats on the horizon. The sea took them anyway. There are many more. Submarines that went missing between wars, during training, on patrols too ordinary to make headlines. Their names appear in naval archives and memorial walls, but rarely in history books. Their loss is seen as technical, not dramatic, and yet these disappearances speak volumes about the quiet dangers of the deep. Design flaws have played their part. Submarines are intricate systems, compact and interdependent. A faulty valve, a misunderstood indicator, a wiring error buried deep in a control panel. Any of these can cascade into catastrophe. Pressure leaves no room for delay. If a seal breaks, if a hatch malfunctions, the outcome is swift and often final. Some failures are known. Investigations uncover them later. Diagrams are revised. Protocols rewritten. But others remain unclear. The vessel descends. A last message is sent. Then nothing. Search efforts expand and contract. Possibilities are discussed. But the sea offers no confirmation. Navigational errors are another quiet danger. Submarines rely on inertial navigation, dead reckoning that drifts with time. If a course is plotted incorrectly, if a current shifts unexpectedly, a vessel can stray far from its intended path. In the vastness of the ocean, even a minor deviation can mean the difference between safety and destruction. A hidden reef, an undersea cliff, a fault line. And then there are the mysteries that resist even speculation. Vessels that disappear without explanation. Submarines with updated systems, experienced crews, stable weather, lost as if the sea simply decided to take them. No known issue, no distress, no malfunction detected in advance. These are the disappearances that produce the deepest quiet. Naval records mark the time of last contact, the expected route, the names of those aboard. And then, a blank. Families receive notice. Units grieve in silence. Investigations begin but rarely end. What makes these peacetime losses especially haunting is their contrast. War brings risk. Its losses, while tragic, carry context. There is an enemy, a cause, a chain of command under strain. But in peace, the silence is harder to understand. It feels arbitrary, unfair. The ocean was calm, the mission safe, the vessel strong, and yet gone. And this is where the human mind begins to wander. In the absence of evidence, speculation grows. Was there sabotage, equipment tampering, an undisclosed maneuver, a cover-up? Most of the time, the answer is no. But the questions arise because loss without conflict is harder to process. For the crews, these missions begin like any other. Standard procedures, checklists, quiet conversations in the galley, training drills, laughter between tasks. There is no sense that anything is wrong. No warning of finality. Only routine. Only trust. Some wrecks are found decades later. The sonar reveals a shape. The dive confirms identity. And in those cases, we learn a little more. We see the damage. We test theories. But even then, the full picture is often out of reach. The moment of loss, that critical sequence of seconds, cannot be replayed. The ocean is not a black box. It is a vault with no key. For families, these peacetime disappearances are cruel in a particular way. There is no national cause to hold on to, no flag-draped context, only the fact of absence. A loved one lost during an ordinary task. The shock comes not from violence, but from suddenness. They were working, and then they were gone. These disappearances remind us that the ocean is not only dangerous when provoked, it does not require conflict to take. Its silence is constant. Its rules are its own. Even the most advanced vessel, carefully built and cautiously operated, is always one failure away from finality. We tell these stories slowly, without blame, without drama, only the quiet truth that not all vanishings occur in war. Some happen on ordinary days, in ordinary water, under ordinary orders. And that is what makes them so hard to forget. In August of the year 2000, the Russian submarine Kursk left port for a naval exercise in the Barents Sea. It was a training mission, a show of strength by the Northern Fleet. The Kursk was one of the largest submarines ever built, a formidable relic of the Cold War, capable of carrying cruise missiles and surviving under polar ice. It was considered unsinkable, invulnerable, a symbol of renewed Russian pride after years of post-Soviet decay. 2 days into the exercise, the Kursk suffered a catastrophic failure. The first explosion occurred at 11:28 a.m. local time on August 12th. It was small by military standards, the kind of detonation that might suggest a fire or minor incident in the torpedo room. But 2 minutes later came a second explosion, a massive shockwave that registered on seismographs across northern Europe. That blast tore through compartments, split steel, and sent the vessel crashing to the seafloor. The Kursk landed upright, but lifeless. All external communications ceased. At first, the Russian Navy said little. Officials reported a delay in contact, then technical difficulties. Days passed. Families waited. Rumors began to swirl, first in naval towns, then in national media. Only later would the truth become known, that some crew had survived the initial blasts, that in the rear compartments of the submarine, at least 23 men remained alive, trapped, waiting. It was an agonizing silence. Rescue should have come quickly. The Kursk was in shallow water by military standards, only about 100 meters down. But politics and pride complicated every decision. The Russian Navy refused foreign assistance. Multiple governments offered help. Britain, Norway, the United States. All were turned away initially. Confidence, or perhaps denial, slowed action. Rescue submersibles were deployed. They failed to attach. Conditions were difficult. Time was slipping. Inside the submarine, the surviving men were trapped in near total darkness. They gathered in the ninth compartment. At the rear of the ship, oxygen levels were falling. They used chemical cartridges to scrub the air. A letter was found later, a note scrawled by Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov. It listed names. It confirmed survival. It recorded the time of hope. That letter will become a document of unbearable weight. Proof that lives could have been saved. That time existed. That delay mattered. Why didn't the Russian Navy act faster? Theories vary. Some say the military was unprepared, its rescue equipment outdated and ill-maintained. Others point to institutional secrecy, the lingering Cold War impulse to control information, to avoid foreign visibility, even at the cost of human life. There were also suggestions of confusion, of initial underestimation, of bureaucratic hesitation that turned fatal. When international help was finally accepted, 6 days had passed. Norwegian divers reached the Kursk. They opened the escape hatch. It was too late. The compartments were flooded. All 118 crew members had died. The cold, the pressure, the lack of air, it claimed them long before the hatch turned. The official explanation focused on a malfunctioning torpedo. A hydrogen peroxide leak ignited, causing the initial explosion that in turn triggered secondary blasts as warheads cooked in the heat. It was a plausible scenario, technically sound, but it left deeper questions untouched. Why was such a volatile weapon on board? Why was the crew not better trained in emergency protocols? Why did it take 6 days for help to reach those still breathing? The Kursk tragedy shook Russia. Public anger surged. Families demanded answers. Journalists pressed officials. President Vladimir Putin, newly elected at the time, was criticized for his slow response and public absence in the early days of the disaster. The government handling of the crisis, the silence, the delay, the contradictions, became a national wound. The wreck was eventually raised from the seafloor in a massive recovery operation. It was too politically and emotionally loaded to leave behind. In 2001, the submarine was lifted and transported to a dry dock. Some bodies were recovered. Others were buried at sea. The note from Kolesnikov was found during this operation, folded, wet, legible. It remains one of the few first-hand records of what happened in those final hours. What sets the Kursk apart is not just the scale of the explosion, but the silence that followed. The space between detection and rescue. The knowing that someone was there, alive, waiting, while systems faltered and decisions stalled. It is a modern mystery not because we lack evidence, but because we struggle to understand the choices made. It wasn't technology that failed. It was timing, policy, human error wrapped in political caution. And in that, the Kursk reflects something deeper about our relationship to disaster. How the machinery of power can slow even when lives depend on speed. How truth is managed, shaped, sometimes buried. How silence can be both technical and institutional. The submarine itself was a relic of a past era, massive, overbuilt, impressive. Its death marked a turning point. It exposed the rust beneath the surface of naval strength. It reminded the world that even in the age of satellites and sensors, a vessel can still vanish, not in mystery, but in hesitation. And yet, the men aboard remained. They endured for as long as they could. They wrote names. They hoped. They waited in a space where seconds mattered, knowing rescue might come or might not. Today, the name Kursk is carved into stone memorials. It lives in documentaries, books, films. But its story is told in quieter moments too, in the lessons whispered in naval academies, in the redesign of emergency systems, in the long silence after alarms fail. In that silence lies the true weight of the loss, not just of life, but of time that could have saved it. On the morning of April 10th, 1963, the USS Thresher began a routine test dive in the North Atlantic, just off the coast of Massachusetts. It was a clear day. The sea was calm. The Thresher, the pride of the United States Navy's nuclear submarine fleet, was preparing to push its limits, diving deep to validate repairs and test its structural integrity. At 8 a.m., the submarine descended. It never surfaced again. The USS Thresher was more than a war machine. It was a symbol of innovation, the lead vessel in a new class of fast, deep-diving submarines built for the Cold War era. With a sleek hull, advanced sonar, and a powerful S-5W nuclear reactor, it represented the future of undersea warfare. Crewed by 129 people, sailors, officers, and civilian technicians, the Thresher was meant to prove itself that day, not only as a military asset, but as an engineering triumph. But somewhere beyond 1,000 feet, something went wrong. The USS Skylark, a surface ship monitoring the Thresher's dive, had been in steady contact throughout the early part of the descent. Routine check-ins, nothing unusual. Then, suddenly, garbled messages began to filter through. Fragments. Words cut off. One phrase. Attempting to blow. Hinted at trouble. Then static. Then silence. The Thresher was gone. In the hours that followed, the U.S. Navy launched one of the largest underwater searches in history. Debris began to appear. Bits of twisted metal, insulation, personal items. The wreck was eventually located, shattered into pieces on the seafloor nearly 8,400 feet below. There were no survivors. The official investigation took months. It concluded that a silver braze joint in the submarine's piping system had likely failed. A sudden leak, water pouring in, an electrical short disabling the reactor, loss of power. The crew tried to surface, but the ballast blow system, the mechanism designed to release air and lift the submarine, was too slow, too cold, too compromised. The Thresher sank past crush depth. The pressure did the rest. The explanation was thorough, technical, plausible. It led to major changes in submarine safety protocols, most notably the SubSafe program, a rigorous quality assurance process still in use today. The loss of Thresher became a case study, a warning carved into every future design. And yet, some doubts remained. There was no mayday, no detailed distress call, only that one partial message. Some experts questioned the timeline. Could a flooding event really escalate so quickly? Others pointed inconsistencies in the sonar records, an unusual acoustic signature just before the final breakup, a pattern not entirely explained by mechanical failure alone. Some speculated about an internal explosion, a reactor malfunction, a structural collapse not caused by depth, but by a sudden shift in pressure. Even the idea of a collision, a secret maneuver gone wrong, surfaced briefly in unofficial circles. But no evidence supported these alternate theories. The Navy released images of the wreck, but they were low resolution. Much remained unseen. What gives the Thresher story its lasting power is not conspiracy, but silence, the suddenness of the loss, the confidence of the day, shattered in minutes, the absence of a clear narrative beyond the technical. Inside the submarine, in those final moments, the crew likely fought hard. Procedures were followed, orders given, systems engaged. The attempting to blow message suggests a last-ditch effort to regain buoyancy. But at that depth, under that pressure, time is a narrow window. Decisions must be immediate. Systems must function perfectly. That day, they did not. The Thresher was a peacetime loss. No enemy fired. No war was raging. The submarine went down under the weight of its own design. Not from a flaw in concept, but from the tight margin submariners live within. The sea allows for no hesitation. The tragedy was deeply felt across the Navy and the nation. Memorials were held. Names were read aloud. But beneath the ceremony was a quiet reckoning. Even our best machines are vulnerable. Even in calm seas, disaster can strike. Even with the most experienced crew, silence can arrive too soon. The wreck of the Thresher remains on the ocean floor, split into pieces over a wide area. Its nuclear reactor lies sealed within the debris, monitored but untouched. The site is not a grave in the traditional sense. It is a scatter of memory, a depth too great to visit, but not to imagine. Over the years, families have asked for more transparency. Some pushed for additional investigation. Others simply wanted recognition. In recent decades, more records have been declassified. Diagrams, transcripts, photographs. But the core truth has not shifted. A test dive, a sudden failure, a silence that never broke. The legacy of the Thresher is visible in every submarine that came after. Emergency systems redesigned, training programs intensified, materials scrutinized. It changed how the Navy builds, inspects, and certifies its vessels. But for the men lost that day, progress came too late. What we're left with is a story shaped not by conflict, but by fragility. The fragility of metal under pressure. The fragility of systems assumed to work. The fragility of time when every second counts. In the still waters above the wreck, nothing marks the moment. Ships pass overhead, unaware. The currents move quietly. The cold presses downward. And far below, the Thresher lies in pieces, not forgotten, but deeply remembered. not for how it was lost, but for how much it taught us. In the years following the disappearance of the Soviet submarine K-129 in 1968, the United States made a decision that would quietly redefine the boundaries of espionage and engineering. It was not enough to know where the submarine had gone down. The real value, the real secret, lay on the seafloor, in the shattered hull, in the missile compartments, in the equipment left behind by a Cold War adversary. And so began one of the most audacious intelligence operations of the 20th century, Project Jennifer. At the heart of this operation was the Glomar Explorer, a ship unlike any other. Officially, it was a deep-sea mining vessel, funded by eccentric billionaire Howard Hughes. The cover story was simple. Hughes had discovered a way to mine manganese nodules from the ocean floor, and the Glomar would serve as his flagship. The press accepted the story. The public marveled at the ambition. In truth, the Glomar was a CIA project, constructed specifically to lift a sunken Soviet submarine from 3 miles beneath the Pacific. The goal was as clear as it was improbable: to recover in secret a foreign vessel resting at over 16,000 feet. This was not salvage. It was something quieter, deeper. An effort to extract intelligence from a wreck the Soviets had given up on, and to do it without anyone noticing. Construction of the Glomar Explorer took years. Its centerpiece was a mechanical claw, known as a capture vehicle or Clementine, housed beneath the ship in a moon pool, a concealed chamber through which the claw could be lowered. It would descend, clasp a section of the submarine, and lift it back into the ship, all while hidden from outside view. The scale was immense, the risks extraordinary. And yet, in the summer of 1974, the mission was launched. The Glomar sailed to the site, lowered its claw, and began the recovery. Here, the story shifts into shadow. According to later reports, the operation was only partially successful. The claw did grip a portion of the submarine, but as it neared the surface, part of the wreck broke off and fell back into the depths. What was recovered and what was lost has never been fully disclosed. The official word is silence. When journalists caught wind of the operation in 1975 and pressed for details, the CIA refused to confirm or deny anything. This response, crafted for ambiguity, will become famous. We can neither confirm nor deny the existence of such a project. It came to be known as the Glomar response, a phrase that now defines institutional refusal. It wasn't just an answer. It was a beginning of a new language of secrecy. What the Glomar Explorer actually retrieved remains classified in large part. Some documents have been declassified, project budgets, timelines, logistics, but the heart of the matter is still obscured. Some say the CIA recovered only a small section of the bow. Others claim that nuclear-tipped missiles were retrieved, or cryptographic equipment, or the bodies of Soviet sailors. One report claimed that 6 crewmen's remains were buried at sea in a solemn, undocumented ceremony. No photos have ever been officially released. The Soviets knew something had happened. Rumors of the recovery reached them not long after. But in the opaque dance of Cold War diplomacy, both sides said little. Neither had anything to gain by confirming the extent of the operation. And so, the silence held. The Glomar Explorer was eventually retired, its mission complete, its cover story dissolved, but its legacy remained. Project Jennifer revealed how far a government would go to retrieve information, not in war, but in quiet competition. It showed the power of secrecy when paired with engineering, and it offered a rare glimpse into the hidden hand of intelligence strategy. And still, questions remain. Why was the project kept so secret for so long? If only a small portion was recovered, why the sustained silence? If more was retrieved, sensitive equipment, actionable intelligence, what impact did it have? Did it shape policy, technology, or tactics? We can only speculate. The wreckage of K-129 still lies on the seafloor. Its broken remains settled into the Pacific silt. The Glomar's claw may have lifted only a piece, but the story it unearthed is larger than any section of steel. It is a story of patience, precision, and the invisible theater beneath Cold War diplomacy. Project Jennifer reminds us that disappearance is not always the end of the story. Sometimes, it is only the beginning of a different kind of pursuit, not of rescue, but of access, of knowledge, of advantage. And it reminds us that the deepest operations are not those shouted from podiums, but those never spoken of at all. The sea may forget, but the agencies watching it do not. In peacetime, a training exercise is supposed to be a rehearsal, a controlled performance, meticulously scripted, closely monitored, designed not for risk, but for refinement. Submarines undergo these exercises regularly. Test dives, torpedo drills, maneuver simulations. For the crews, they are routine. The objective is to sharpen readiness, to perfect procedures, to simulate danger without entering it. But the sea does not always cooperate. Its rules remain its own, indifferent to purpose or preparation. In April 2021, the Indonesian submarine KRI Nanggala 402 disappeared during a routine torpedo drill north of Bali. It was a bright morning. The vessel had surfaced hours earlier, checked in with command, and then submerged for the exercise. The operation was standard, expected to last a few hours. The crew on board numbered 53. Sailors, officers, and specialists. The submarine was old, but functional. It had been in service for over 4 decades, modernized several times. And then, without warning, it vanished. Contact was lost. No signals followed. A search was launched. Days later, wreckage was found on the seafloor in 3 main sections. The hull had cracked under immense pressure. No survivors were found. The KRI Nanggala was not in hostile waters. It was not conducting espionage or carrying nuclear arms. It was performing a peacetime drill, monitored by surface ships, tracked on schedule. And still it was lost. The cause, though investigated extensively, remains only partially understood. Initial theories suggested a sudden loss of electrical power, preventing the submarine from controlling its descent. With no propulsion or compressed air, it would have sunk quickly, past crush depth. At that point, the hull, designed to withstand enormous force, gave way in an instant. The collapse would have been swift, complete, and unsurvivable. What lingers is how quickly control can vanish. From fully operational to unrecoverable in minutes. The sea trials that never ended, like Nanggala's, remind us that routine is not protection. Even when procedures are followed, when systems check green, when experience is present in every compartment, the deep can take. Submarines are built with precision, but even the smallest deviation, in-depth angle, speed, system response, can turn catastrophic. Water pressure increases rapidly with depth. Just a few meters deeper than intended can dramatically increase strain on a hull. Equipment designed for normal conditions may fail when the ocean shifts. An uncharted thermal layer, a mechanical lag, a brief misreading of instruments. When underwater, there is little time to correct and no room for error. Peacetime does not mean the absence of danger. It only means the absence of enemy fire. The sea itself remains the same, vast, quiet, and full of hidden thresholds. Its trenches are unpredictable. Its currents mislead. Its pressures are precise and absolute. Other examples echo Nanggala's fate. The Argentine submarine ARA San Juan disappeared in 2017 during a patrol. Not a combat mission, but a standard operation. Contact was lost. A mysterious acoustic anomaly was detected, consistent with an implosion. It took over a year to find a wreck, deep off the Patagonian coast. Again, no survivors. Again, no definitive answers. Such incidents are not just tragedies of engineering. They are tragedies of trust, in systems, in routines, in the assumption that what worked yesterday will work today. They remind naval communities that experience is not immunity. That age, even when modernized, carries fatigue. That every dive into the deep carries the same risk, whether in war or peace. These are not dramatic losses, in the cinematic sense. They are quiet, immediate. The crew may not even realize the severity until the final seconds. The control panel flickers. The ballast system stalls. The angle shifts. Lights fail. A single, sharp creak of metal may be the only warning before silence. For the families left behind, there's often little to hold on to. No wreckage reaches the surface. No messages escape the hull. The waiting turns to mourning without passage through understanding. Investigations follow. Reports are written. Recommendations made. But they rarely resolve the feeling that something simple, something routine, became final. The KRI Nangla's name now joins a list of submarines that vanished during exercises. Vessels not in pursuit, but in practice. These are the sea trials that never ended. The drills that crossed into the irreversible. Their names are etched on memorials, but their stories resist full telling. What remains is a pattern, not one of failure, but a reminder that beneath all procedure and protocol, the sea waits. It does not distinguish between preparation and war, between test and reality, between old submarine and new. Its silence is the same. In the cold waters of the North Atlantic, amid the long shadows of the Second World War, German U-boat U-47 earned a reputation few vessels of its kind ever achieved. Sleek, fast, and deadly, it became a symbol of undersea dominance, a tool of quiet destruction that haunted Allied shipping lanes. Its commander, Gunther Preen, was celebrated by the German Navy, and his early success in penetrating the British Royal Navy's Scapa flow and sinking the battleship HMS Royal Oak elevated U-47 to near-mythic status. But as quickly as it rose to fame, U-47 vanished. On March 7, 1941, U-47 embarked on its final patrol from Lorient, France. It carried a seasoned crew and a well-maintained Type VIB hull, one of the most reliable U-boats of its era. Its mission was clear: disrupt Allied shipping, harass convoys, and return safely. It never did. No distress signal was sent. No radio messages received. No survivors. Just an eerie absence in the middle of war. The last known contact with U-47 came on the night of March 7 to 8, somewhere west of Ireland, during a convoy engagement. After that, silence. The British destroyer HMS Wolverine claimed to have depth-charged a submarine in the area around that time, and for years it was believed this was the fate of U-47. But post-war analysis raised doubts. No debris was recovered. The timing was uncertain, and the engagement may have been with a different U-boat entirely. Officially, U-47 was declared lost with all hands, but no wreck was found. No definitive location was established. And the questions began to spread, quietly at first, then in naval circles and among historians. One theory remains the most accepted, that U-47 struck a mine. The British had heavily seeded the waters west of the British Isles with minefields. A simple navigational error could have led the submarine into one of these silent traps. A sudden detonation, a fast breach, a rapid descent. At war, with enemy sonar nearby, a U-boat would have been under strict radio silence. A catastrophic strike could have left no chance to report in. But even this theory is filled with gaps. No mine explosion was observed or recorded at the time, and German records suggest that U-47 should have been outside known mine zones during the relevant period. Could it have drifted? Could its navigational tools have failed? Other theories suggest U-47 may have been the victim of friendly fire, accidentally targeted by a German aircraft or another U-boat. It was not uncommon during high-pressure convoy battles for submarines to operate near one another, and in the chaos of war, misidentification could occur. But again, no supporting evidence has ever emerged. Some propose more speculative causes. A mechanical failure deep below the surface, a sudden hull breach, even sabotage. But none of these theories are grounded in conclusive data. The sea, as it often does, covered the evidence thoroughly. There is even a theory, whispered more than written, that U-47 may have simply slipped into a forgotten trench, a deep, unmapped pocket of the Atlantic where it now lies undisturbed. Too deep for wartime sonar, too isolated to track post-war recovery. But perhaps the most unsettling element of U-47's disappearance is how ordinary the patrol seemed. It was a mission like many before. The crew was experienced. The vessel was functioning. There were no known technical concerns, no missed signals, no procedural errors. It simply ceased to exist. For the German Navy, the loss of U-47 was both strategic and symbolic. Preen, its captain, was a national hero. His photograph had been printed in newspapers. His achievements celebrated in propaganda. His fate, now unknown, was quietly mourned and politically managed. In the years after the war, historians combed through British and German naval logs, piecing together movement charts, radio intercepts, weather conditions. Still, nothing definitive could be constructed. No location was ever confirmed. The Atlantic, vast and full of forgotten wrecks, kept its silence. To this day, the wreck of U-47 has not been found. Dozens of wartime U-boats have been located. Their final positions match the battle records. Their hulls collapsed under pressure, sometimes still carrying personal effects, boots, rusted instruments. But U-47, one of the most famous, remains hidden. There is something fitting about that. A vessel of secrecy, skilled at disappearing, ends not with a bang but with vanishing. The disappearance of U-47 sits at the intersection of war and mystery. A reminder that even in times of meticulous record-keeping, ships can be lost without trace. Even among sonar pings and coded transmissions, there can be voids. Was it an explosion in the night? A miscalculated descent? A pressure breach in the silence of the deep? Or did it simply drift downward, far from where anyone looked? No one can say. The sea does not confirm. Beneath the frozen canopy of the southernmost continent lies a realm few vessels have entered, and fewer still return from unchanged. The waters surrounding Antarctica are among the most remote and inhospitable on Earth. Wind-whipped, ice-cloaked, and shrouded in fog, they remain largely untouched not just by human life, but by human understanding. And beneath their surface lies a vast, strange, and silent deep. Submarines have ventured there, quietly, carefully, and not often. During the Cold War, both American and Soviet navies conducted under-ice operations in Antarctic waters. The missions were classified, the objective strategic, to test under-ice navigation, to map sonar profiles, to monitor potential activity in what was then considered neutral, demilitarized zone. The voyages were experimental, exploratory, and extremely dangerous. In these waters, GPS fails. The satellite constellations that guide most navigation systems have limited coverage at high latitudes. Instead, submarines rely on inertial navigation systems, internal gyros that estimate position based on speed and direction. But near the poles, these systems drift more rapidly. The Earth's magnetic field warps. Compasses swing unpredictably. Errors compound. A sub may believe it is on course, only to find itself dozens of miles off. Beneath ice too thick to surface through, in water too deep to anchor. Sound, too, behaves differently here. In normal oceans, sonar travels predictably through layers of warm and cold water. But in Antarctic waters, the temperature profile is reversed. The surface is freezing. Below, it may actually warm slightly. These inverted gradients scatter sound. Pings bounce unexpectedly. Echoes warp. A submarine relying on sonar in these conditions may hear itself louder than its surroundings, or hear nothing at all. Passive listening becomes unreliable. Active sonar risks detection. Silence, in this environment, becomes less a strategy and more a condition imposed by nature. There are whispers of vessels lost in these waters. No confirmed wrecks. No public reports. Just silences that linger longer than expected. Stories of submarines that ventured south and returned late, damaged, or never at all. But Antarctica is a place of withheld conclusions. The Antarctic Treaty forbids military operations, but surveillance persists under the guise of research. Instruments are deployed. Underwater gliders drift beneath the ice. Data is gathered, most of it never published. Could submarines have vanished here? It is possible. A sudden shift in the ice. A collision with a submerged iceberg, known as a growler. These blocks can weigh thousands of tons and drift beneath the surface, invisible to sonar. A single impact could rupture a hull. A misjudged ascent could trap a vessel beneath meters of blue ice. No buoy would reach the surface. No signal would escape the frozen canopy. And if such an incident occurred, what would be said? A training accident. A communications issue. Nothing at all. The geopolitical sensitivity of Antarctic operations means that silence is not just a natural condition, but a diplomatic one. No nation wants to admit military activity in a zone reserved for peace and science. Even within navies, such missions are known to few. Crew members are briefed only on what they need to know. Logs are classified, routes altered, and if a vessel were lost, if an engine failed or a navigation system drifted too far, the official record might never acknowledge the journey. Antarctica itself offers no clues. It is indifferent to presence. Its ice preserves no wreckage. Its winds erase footprints. The waters below its glaciers are vast and unmapped, shaped by undersea mountains, hidden currents, and geothermal flows. There are entire regions where no sonar has been cast, no camera lowered, no vessel dared to enter. The silence of the South Pole is not an absence of stories. It is the presence of stories untold. American submarines, including the USS Sea Dragon and USS Skate, made known passages beneath Arctic ice in the 1950s and 60s, surfacing at the North Pole, broadcasting achievement. But Antarctic operations have remained quieter. The geography is more difficult, the ice shelves more dangerous, the incentives less clear, but the silence may conceal more than difficulty. It may shield secrets. What is known is this: Antarctica is one of the few remaining parts of Earth where loss can still occur without trace, where a submarine, even a modern one, could vanish completely. No wreckage, no signal, no confirmation, just a final entry in a logbook, then erasure. To speak of Antarctic submarine missions is to speak in fragments, to speculate, to listen for echoes in a place designed to muffle all sound. It is the edge of exploration and the edge of what we allow ourselves to imagine. The Mariana Trench is Earth's deepest scar, a vast, crescent-shaped trench carved into the floor of the western Pacific Ocean. It stretches for over 1,500 miles, reaching a maximum recorded depth of nearly 36,000 feet at a point known as Challenger Deep. If Mount Everest were inverted and dropped into this abyss, its summit would still fall short of the bottom. No light penetrates here. The pressure is crushing. The cold is absolute, and the silence is complete. Few vessels have come near this place, and fewer still have gone below its upper rim. Most submarines operate at depths of a few hundred meters. A select few, the most advanced and reinforced, can descend to 1,000 meters or more. But the Mariana Trench is deeper by an order of magnitude, an environment not simply hostile to human life, but to the machines that carry it. Still, over the years, submarines, both military and scientific, have approached the trench. Some skirt its edges, others descend into its shadows. And while none are believed to have operated at its lowest reaches, the surrounding waters are filled with mystery. Sonar behaves strangely here. Sound refracts unpredictably, and from time to time, the trench gives off echoes that cannot be traced. These are not the cries of whales or the rumble of tectonic plates. They are mechanical, rhythmic, measured, tones that suggest intention, repetition, origin. Sonar arrays, both military and civilian, have picked up these sounds, faint but distinct. A low-frequency thump, a pattern of clicks, a distant metallic pulse that seems to repeat, then vanish. What causes them? Theories vary. Some suggest deep-sea geological activity, microquakes, or gas venting under pressure. Others propose marine life, evolved for a pressure world we can barely comprehend. But there are those who listen more closely, who believe these echoes may not be natural at all. Could they be signals from vessels long presumed lost? Machines still emitting, far below crushed depth, their final messages slowed and softened by sediment and silence? It's not impossible. Some submarines have vanished in areas not far from the Mariana region. Though few enter the trench itself, wreckage can drift. Currents in the western Pacific are vast and slow, carrying debris across hundreds of miles over decades. A submarine lost in shallow waters could fragment and fall. A vessel pushed off course could sink silently into the trench's outer folds, beyond all reach. What makes the trench especially haunting is its invisibility. Satellite mapping can chart the surface of Mars in more detail than this ocean floor. The trench is not a smooth, V-shaped groove. It is jagged, uneven, filled with collapsed walls, volcanic ridges, and sediment traps. A sunken object could vanish within its folds, indistinguishable from rock. Sonar pings bounce, scatter, disappear. And then there are the anomalies. In 2014, a research expedition recorded a strange sound near the trench, a sweeping tone, descending in pitch, repeating with irregular intervals. It did not match any known biological source. Some speculated it could be a whale species previously unknown. Others remained unconvinced. The tone seemed mechanical, as though produced by a failing system. A leak, a spinning blade, a hydraulic cycle. No source was ever found. Military listening posts have long monitored the Pacific for submarine activity. Even in peacetime, passive sonar arrays remain active. And those who operate them speak quietly, but with interest of what the Mariana region holds. A faint hum. A signature that doesn't repeat. Something there, then not. Some suggest that during the Cold War, both Soviet and American submarines ventured dangerously close to the trench, testing limits, shadowing each other, seeking cover in its complex terrain. If a vessel had been lost there, its absence would be easy to obscure, deep enough, and a submarine leaves no trail. A steel hull crushed at 20,000 feet would implode instantly. No debris would rise. No beacon would survive. And what if one had survived, damaged, partially functional, slowly descending? Could it have continued transmitting as it fell, its signals weakened by pressure, warped by depth? Could it still be doing so? Speculation, yes, but not without precedent. Machines have continued to transmit from the ocean floor long after their intended lifespans. In 2007, an autonomous deep-sea probe lost power, but continued broadcasting sporadically for weeks as its systems slowly shut down. A submarine, even in death, may still echo. The Mariana Trench also exerts a psychological pull. It represents the ultimate unknown on our planet, a place so deep, so inaccessible, that we cannot fully rule out what lies there. It invites projection, of fear, of wonder, of possibility. For submariners, it is a place to be respected, to avoid. Navigation near the trench is cautious. The charts are vague. The margins for error non-existent. A dive too far, a drift too long, and a vessel could enter a descent for which there is no return. Officially, no submarines have been confirmed lost within the trench. But what is official and what is true are not always the same. The ocean has many compartments. Some are classified. Some are simply forgotten. There is no sonar strong enough to map the trench in detail. No camera that can capture more than a slice. No tethered vehicle can descend, search, and return with certainty. The trench remains dark, and the sound that rise from it remain unexplained. We listen, but we do not understand. The echoes come, then they stop, and we are left with the possibility that somewhere in the Mariana Rift, beneath miles of pressure and silence, rest the remnants of machines once crude, once proud, now folded into the geological clockwork of the sea. Or perhaps only sound remains, a ghost tone repeating across currents, fading a little more with each year, each echo. A sound that began as signal, then became memory, then finally mystery. When a submarine disappears, it often does so without witness. There is no fiery explosion in the sky, no scattered debris field to photograph, no black box to retrieve from a crater. Instead, there is only silence. A routine transmission that doesn't arrive. A vessel that fails to surface. A location that slips from known coordinates into obscurity. And in that quiet, decisions must be made. Not just technical, but political. Throughout history, the loss of a military submarine has never been treated as an ordinary accident. It is a moment charged with symbolic weight. A technological failure, a breach of national defense, a potential embarrassment. Submarines are more than machines. They are flagships of secrecy, tools of strategic dominance. Their missions are classified, their paths concealed, their crew lists often private. To lose one is not only to suffer a tragedy, but to risk exposure. Governments, therefore, often choose silence. Some submarine disappearances were never acknowledged publicly until decades later. Others were explained only in vague terms, with time frames blurred and causes omitted. A few were simply denied until the evidence surfaced, sometimes literally. Why such secrecy? It begins with national pride. Submarines represent the cutting edge of naval capability. To admit their loss is to reveal vulnerability, a flaw in design, a failure in training, a gap in strategy. And in the tense theater of global politics, such admissions can be read as weakness. There's also the matter of intelligence. Many submarines lost were on covert missions, their location sensitive, their objectives hidden, revealing that a vessel was in a certain place at a certain time, especially if it was not meant to be, could expose surveillance programs, encryption methods, or geopolitical intentions. Silence becomes a shield, not just for the present, but for future operations. Sometimes, secrecy protects diplomacy. During the Cold War, both NATO and Warsaw Pact nations lost submarines under questionable circumstances. But to accuse another power or admit to being in disputed waters risked escalation. It was safer, in many cases, to say nothing. Let the sea hold the secret. But there is a deeper cost to this strategy, borne not by governments, but by families. For those with loved ones aboard, the disappearance of a submarine is not an abstract event. It is a sudden void carved into daily life. A phone call that doesn't come. A knock at the door. A vague message. The vessel is overdue. We are searching. Please remain patient. And then, often, silence. In some cases, families were kept in the dark for days. In others, for years. Details withheld. Letters unanswered. Funeral services delayed or denied altogether. Without confirmation, grief cannot settle. The mind loops endlessly through possibilities, rescue, survival, error. The absence becomes a presence. A weight. This kind of grief is different. It has no object, no anchor. The sea is too vast a visit. The grave is not a place, but an idea. And when even the circumstances are obscured, the loss becomes not only emotional, but existential. Some governments have since apologized. Declassified documents have revealed how decisions were made, and how, at times, misinformation was deliberately spread to protect reputation or avoid political fallout. In one case, a family was told their son had died in a training accident near home. Decades later, they learned he had been aboard a vessel conducting surveillance near a foreign coast. The truth changed nothing about his death, but everything about their understanding of it. What does secrecy do to loss? It elongates it. It multiplies it. It replaces certainty with narrative, versions offered and withdrawn, facts edited over time. The loved one becomes not just mourned, but mythologized, a ghost in an unsolvable equation. For the naval institutions involved, the argument has often been that secrecy serves security. That discretion is an unfortunate necessity. And in some cases, this may be true, but the question lingers. When does protection become erasure? There is no ceremony for a secret death, no national mourning for a classified mission. The sailors who vanish beneath the sea are often remembered only in quiet by those who knew them, and even they are asked, at times, to remain silent. Over time, these stories surface. A wreck is found, a file is opened, a name reappears, and with it, a slow reckoning. The shape of submarine loss is not linear. It is a spiral, starting in clarity, descending into silence, and emerging years later into something different. Memory tangled with misinformation, sorrow softened by time but sharpened by truth. To honor those lost is to understand this complexity, to acknowledge that beneath the technical details and political decisions lies something more human. The echo of voices silenced not only by the sea, but by the systems that fear what their stories might reveal. Some submarines disappear without a trace. Others vanish before they are ever known to the public at all. In the shadowy depths of naval history, there are whispered references to vessels that officially never existed, prototypes tested and lost, missions classified and buried, construction orders erased from ledgers. These are not ordinary losses. These are the ghosts of black operations, deep-sea technology pushed beyond the edge of what was admitted, and projects that vanished into the ocean before their names reached daylight. During the Cold War, secrecy was not merely protocol. It was a structure upon which entire weapons programs were built. NATO nations, the Soviet bloc, and others all invested heavily in experimental submarine design. Some of these projects resulted in known classes of submarines, later introduced and deployed, but others never emerged. They appear in fragments, in redacted documents, budget anomalies, satellite tracking records that end mid-ocean. One recurring tale involves an alleged NATO deep-diving platform built in the late 1960s, a manned vessel designed to test under-ice acoustics and ultra-silent propulsion. The platform, never named officially, was rumored to have deployed from a Norwegian fjord and disappeared somewhere beneath the Greenland Sea. No formal records exist, but a few declassified memos from 1971 mention a lost Arctic test article. The language is vague, the coordinates obscured, a line item vanishes from a defense budget. Personnel transfers were sealed. Was it real? A test bed for something larger? A decoy? Or just a bureaucratic ghost? Another often cited case centers around a supposed American submersible designed to tap undersea cables. Known colloquially among intelligence historians as Project Needle, it involved deploying a small unmanned or semi-manned craft to attach listening devices to Soviet communications lines. The project itself is well documented. Operation Ivy Bells was one such effort. But whispers persist that one of the vehicles used in the early stages simply never returned. A memo found in the 1990s refers to a technical loss during Phase 1, recovery infeasible. The model of the vehicle is not mentioned. Other stories are stranger still. A long-standing rumor never confirmed suggests that an experimental Soviet submarine built in the 1980s using magnetohydrodynamic propulsion, a kind of electric field-based movement with no moving parts, vanished during its first deep-dive test in the Sea of Okhotsk. The propulsion method, inspired by theoretical physics more than naval tradition, was ambitious and unproven. Witnesses reportedly saw the vessel launch, but nothing was ever announced afterward. Satellite imagery was inconclusive. The sea gave no evidence of failure, and the project was quietly shuttered within a year. The records, if they exist, remain sealed. Why would such disappearances go unacknowledged? In part, because acknowledging them would require admitting they exist in the first place, and that means exposing technologies, intentions, or international agreements. Some of these craft may have violated treaties. Others may have failed so completely that admitting their creation would only raise questions about competence or risk. But also, secrecy often becomes its own logic. In many military circles, what is not said is considered safer than what is spoken. Losses can be rewritten, disappearances reframed, and when no one is known to be aboard, or when those aboard are not listed on public rolls, the incentive to bury remains strong. In the early 2000s, researchers at a maritime archive in France discovered an unindexed document referring to a lost hull off the coast of Tunisia in 1974. The language was clinical. No flag was mentioned. No name, only a line. Silent impact recorded. No recovery attempt initiated. The implication: a submerged craft collided with the seafloor or another vessel and was not retrieved. But no one has ever claimed the loss. Sometimes, these stories reach the families. But in fragments, a wife is told her husband was reassigned. A daughter receives a letter with no return address. A career ends without ceremony. For those working on black operations or advanced weapons programs, disappearance is not just a professional risk. It is a structural part of the job. And then there are the vessels photographed, but never explained. In a handful of satellite images, strange shapes have been spotted beneath the surface in unclassified naval test areas. Long shadows that don't match known designs, outlines inconsistent with any registered vessel. Experts argue about these images. Some say they're simply reflections. Others suggest they are early prototypes of submarines that either never launched or launched and failed quietly. The mystery persists not because of what is seen, but because of what is not followed up. Conspiracy? Perhaps. But in the world of deep-sea operations, conspiracy is often a word used to describe what cannot yet be proven. And then there are the voices, former engineers, retired sonar analysts, naval contractors, who speak only in generalities. A test that went too deep, a dive that ended in silence, an entire program that disappeared after one bad descent. One technician, quoted anonymously in a Cold War oral history, described what he called a sinking no one admitted. He said, "It wasn't on the books. The vessel didn't have a flag. We all knew what it was, but we didn't call it anything. After it vanished, the base went quiet. We tore down the test station the same month. Of course, memory bends over time. Stories stretch. But even in that bending, there's a shape to the absence. These are submarines that never existed. Not because they weren't real, but because they were never meant to be remembered. They lived outside of official history. And when they vanished, they did so completely. Still, the ocean may remember. A wreck rests silently beneath silt. A transmission pings faintly from a long-dead battery. A shadow flickers across a sonar screen and vanishes again. And we on the surface are left with only whispers. Quiet, calm, persistent. Far beneath the ocean's surface, scattered across thousands of nautical miles, are some of the most sensitive ears ever built by human hands. They are not attached to satellites or telescopes, but to cables laid across the seabed. Long strands of listening, quietly embedded into the folds of the ocean floor. These are the hydrophone arrays, operated by the United States Navy and others, designed to hear what human eyes will never see. Originally constructed during the Cold War, this network, known publicly as the Sound Surveillance System, or SOSUS, was created to track Soviet submarines. Its hydrophones could detect the faint hum of a propeller thousands of miles away. The system allowed the U.S. Navy to monitor undersea movement with astonishing precision. But over time, these listening stations began picking up more than submarines. They began hearing the ocean itself. Some of the sound were expected. Whale calls, shifting tectonic plates, icebergs calving from polar shelves. Others were stranger, mechanical clicks with no source, low rumbles that travel for hours, distant thumps from areas thought to be geologically quiet. And in rare cases, the signals had the uncanny character of intention. Rhythm, repetition, patterns too complex to be random. Among the most famous of these unexplained events was the bloop, recorded in 1997 by NOAA's autonomous hydrophone stations in the South Pacific. The bloop was an ultra-low frequency sound, extremely loud and unlike anything previously captured. It rose in pitch, a curious profile for a deep-sea signal, and echoed across a distance of nearly 5,000 kilometers. At first, it was suspected to be biological, but no known marine creature could produce a sound at that amplitude. The mystery deepened. Was it an undiscovered species? A geological phenomenon? A classified submarine distress signal? Years later, NOAA quietly concluded that the bloop likely originated from ice, a massive glacier cracking or grounding in the ocean. But the explanation did not satisfy all listeners. The signal's profile, timing, and shape didn't align perfectly with other ice events. And some insisted that parts of the recording, the way it modulated, repeated, paused, suggested something artificial, or at least something not yet understood. And it was not alone. Over the decades, SOSUS and similar networks have recorded dozens of unexplained underwater signals. Some were short-lived, a burst of pulses in the Pacific, a 3-minute tone in the Arctic. Others repeated, like slowed down, a descending frequency that faded gradually over several minutes, heard annually for several years. Each had a signature. Each eluded definitive explanation. Could some of these sounds be linked to lost submarines? The possibility lingers. A damaged vessel, drifting beyond its intended range, might emit emergency pings, low-frequency transmissions designed to carry over great distances. A failing reactor could produce mechanical rhythms. A pressure hull groaning before collapse might register as a deep, slow bend in the frequency band. In a few cases, signals matching the time and location of known disappearances were recorded, then archived, then forgotten. Only later, sometimes decades, did analysts notice the coincidences. For instance, when the Argentine submarine ARA San Juan vanished in 2017, it was later discovered that a hydroacoustic anomaly had been picked up just hours after its last contact, a short, violent sound consistent with an implosion under high pressure. It had been logged but not immediately connected. Only when the timeline was reconstructed did it match. The same is suspected for other lost submarines. Faint hints in the data, registered but not yet understood. The problem is not the lack of recordings. It is their abundance. The ocean is a noisy place. Hydrophones pick up thousands of events every week. Sorting meaningful signals from background chaos is a slow, meticulous process. Some sound are logged and never analyzed. Others are mislabeled. And many are never heard at all, buried in archive tapes or stored on servers, waiting for context that may never arrive. Listening stations don't just capture sounds. They capture absences. The drop-off of expected signals. The moment when a submarine disappears from the acoustic map. These silences, though harder to interpret, can be just as revealing. An engine heard clearly one moment, then gone the next. A pattern interrupted. A zone that goes quiet. Sometimes, the silence is more telling than the noise. The people who work at these stations, sonar technicians, acoustic analysts, oceanographers, speak of the ocean's voice with a kind of reverence. They describe it as layered, shifting, alive, not random, but not entirely decipherable. And when something truly unusual is heard, it is often shared in hushed tones. That one didn't sound right, they'll say. We still don't know what that was. Occasionally, these unusual recordings are released to the public, but more often, they remain in military hands. Access is limited. Analyses are classified for national security or for reasons never clearly stated. There are undoubtedly sounds we haven't been told about, some too faint to matter, others too strange to explain. And perhaps among them are the last echoes of submarines that vanished, calls for help, system malfunctions, fragments of final descent. What is haunting is that the recordings remain. The sea does not delete. It echoes, distorts, carries. A signal lost in 1972 may still sit on a magnetic tape in a naval facility, unlabeled, unexplained, waiting for someone to listen again. And in the deep, the sounds continue. Not constant, but steady. Some familiar, some not. We build machines to hear them. But we don't always know what we're hearing. The sea is not quick to return what it takes. When a submarine disappears, it often leaves behind no clue, no debris, no final signal. Only silence. In those first days and weeks, families wait with anxious hope. Naval teams sweep vast stretches of ocean with sonar, ships, aircraft, prayers. But as time passes and no wreckage is found, the nature of waiting begins to change. It settles. It stretches. It deepens into something more complicated. A kind of limbo, where grief and hope share space, and neither can fully move forward. Sometimes, wrecks are found, but not right away. Some lie undiscovered for decades. The French submarine Minerve disappeared in 1968 and wasn't found until 2019, over half a century later. The Israeli Dakar, too, vanished the same year and remained hidden until the turn of the millennium. In both cases, the wrecks were located not by chance, but through renewed effort in modern technology, a fresh sweep of old coordinates, a re-examination of forgotten sonar data, a realization that something had been missed. For the families of the lost, these discoveries bring both relief and resurgence. There is a comfort in confirmation, in knowing where the vessel lies, in imagining their loved one at rest. But it is not a simple closure. Grief that has been held in stasis for decades returns in full. Photographs resurface. News crews appear. The story is told again. And those who had tucked away their sorrow, quiet and personal, are asked to reopen it. Time blurs memory. It also reshapes emotion. When a wreck is missing, families live between possibilities. Maybe the vessel will be found tomorrow. Maybe it drifted farther than expected. Maybe, in rare but persistent whispers, it survived. Some hold onto this longer than others. In the absence of evidence, imagination grows. There are psychological studies on ambiguous loss, the term used to describe a disappearance without resolution. It is a unique type of mourning. Unlike death, which eventually leads to mourning rituals and memorials, ambiguous loss is open-ended. It creates a loop in the mind, a what-if that resists quieting. Submarine disappearances are among the purest examples of this kind of loss. There is no wreckage to bury, no body to lay to rest, only an absence that must be lived with. For naval institutions, the weight can be equally complex. A missing submarine is not just a tragedy. It is a data point unresolved. It leaves questions unanswered. about safety, engineering, mission risk. As years pass and leadership changes, these mysteries can fade from strategic relevance. But the unanswered questions remain. They sit in archives and planning documents, noted but never closed. And yet, even after decades, recovery teams still search. There are those who refuse to let the mystery be. Some are family members. Others are retired officers. Still others are private researchers, using increasingly sophisticated technology, remote-operated vehicles, deep scanning sonar, underwater drones, to chart the seabed where the old searches failed. New tools often find what once seemed lost forever. When a wreck is discovered after decades, the process of identification is delicate. Often, only fragments remain, a collapsed hull, scattered debris. The pressure of the deep reshapes metal. Currents drift parts far from their origin. Sometimes the only clue is a serial number, half buried in silt. Once confirmed, a site is typically marked as a war grave. Disturbance is limited, but families may visit memorials nearby. Ceremonies are held. At sea, wreaths are cast on the waves. And in that act, a kind of stillness returns. Not complete, but settled. What, then, of the submarines never found? Many remain. Their stories half told. Their wreckage unlocated. There are charts kept quietly in naval offices, maps with shaded zones, dotted with question marks. Areas last known. Probable descent paths. Thermal layer anomalies. Some of these zones have been scanned repeatedly. Others have never been touched. The ocean, after all, is vast. Some wrecks lie too deep. Others may be hidden under sediment or lost in trenches where sonar fades. Time complicates everything. The longer a wreck remains unfound, the harder it becomes to locate. Memory fades. Coordinates drift. Archival documents are lost or redacted. And eventually, the disappearance slips into the realm of history, not search. But the human mind resists letting go completely. There are forums online where family members and submarine historians still exchange theories. They post diagrams, compare notes, argue gently, wonder quietly. Some bring flowers each year to the shore nearest the last known position. Others light a candle on the anniversary of the silence. This is not closure. It is companionship with uncertainty. What do we do with a mystery that never resolves? We live beside it. We tell its story. We imagine its resolution, not to solve it, but to give shape to the silence. In this way, the vanished remain close, not only to those who knew them, but to those who understand the pull of the unknown. The ocean may keep its secrets, but we continue to listen, because even after decades of silence, some wrecks rise again, and even those that don't still leave ripples. The Indian Ocean is vast and strangely quiet. Unlike the Atlantic, with its busy shipping lanes and thick web of sonar monitoring, or the Pacific, dotted with hydrophone networks and Cold War listening posts, the Indian Ocean remains largely unmapped beneath its surface. It is a space of open distance, slow currents, and rare surveillance. And within that silence, things have gone missing. Submarines, aircraft, signals, lives. It is a sea bordered by nations with long naval traditions, and yet much of its deep water remains acoustically invisible. There are few permanent listening stations. Sonar coverage is patchy. Even satellite coverage, though expansive from above, cannot peer into the thermocline, the shifting layers of temperature and sound that bend and scatter acoustic waves. In such an environment, things can vanish utterly and stay vanished. The ocean scale here plays a role. From Africa's eastern shores to the archipelagos of Southeast Asia, the central basin spans thousands of kilometers. Between these edges lies a broad expanse of open ocean. No islands, no harbors, just rolling currents and deep trenches. The seabed is ancient and complex, sculpted by tectonic rifts, fracture zones, and buried ridges that create pockets of inaccessibility. Some regions are more than 5,000 meters deep, far beyond the reach of most recovery efforts. In such a sea, even a modern vessel can go missing without leaving a trace. Several submarines have disappeared in this region, some during wartime, others in peacetime. The INS Dakar, though eventually found in the Mediterranean, once stirred theories of Indian Ocean descent. The Pakistani submarine PNS Ghazi was lost in 1971 off India's eastern coast under disputed circumstances, and for years, its true fate was buried beneath conflicting reports. And during the Cold War, unconfirmed reports occasionally surfaced of Soviet subs patrolling the region. Some believed to have gone dark and unacknowledged. Then, in recent years, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 reawakened awareness of the Indian Ocean's acoustic void. When the plane vanished in 2014, theories emerged that it had traveled westward into the Indian Ocean, far beyond radar range. Search efforts combed vast swaths of ocean floor, revealing how little was known about this area. Bathymetric maps were incomplete. Deep-sea mountains were uncharted. For the first time, global attention turned toward the invisible shape of this ocean, a landscape less known than the moon. During the MH370 search, a few hydroacoustic anomalies were recorded. One, a low-frequency burst captured near the expected crash window, remains unexplained. It did not match a known implosion signature, nor did it appear to be geological. But the Indian Ocean lacks the acoustic infrastructure to confirm such signals. There is no network of listening posts across the basin, only a few scattered sensors, some military, some scientific, many deactivated or drifting. What then might rest on the seabed, unheard and unseen, a wreckage, whether of submarine or aircraft, can vanish completely beneath these waters. Even large metallic structures, once submerged, are quickly consumed by the deep. Currents scatter pieces, sediment settles, pressure warps the hulls, and the chance of visual confirmation fades with each passing year. Even sonar searches in this region are difficult. The seafloor here is uneven and broken. High ridges cast acoustic shadows. Volcanic regions create false positives. In some cases, entire survey lines must be repeated to confirm anomalies. A wreck may sit just beyond the edge of a completed scan, missed by a margin kilometers, which, in oceanographic terms, is just a breath away. There are stories told among acoustic researchers of faint pings recorded in the middle of nowhere, signals that pulse once, then vanish, sounds that match no catalog pattern. Some are dismissed as equipment error. Others are logged and never revisited. But a few linger in memory. Tones too precise to be coincidence, too brief to be understood. In 2011, a series of low-frequency events was recorded in the southern Indian Ocean by a remote buoy network. They were listed as ambiguous acoustic anomalies, unexplained low priority. Years later, one researcher wondered aloud whether they could have been the death throes of a vessel, a structural failure, a battery discharge, or simply tectonic motion. We may never know. Even naval forces operating in the region face these challenges. Without a strong underwater network, submarines here are often truly alone, unmonitored, untraceable. Their movements are known only to those aboard and to the command centers issuing orders. If something goes wrong, help is far away. And because the Indian Ocean is not bordered by a single dominant power, responsibility for rescue or investigation is diffuse. Incidents can fall between jurisdictions. Disappearances may be left unexamined out of diplomatic caution or logistical difficulty. In this quiet, even a disappearance can remain unconfirmed. Some believe there are wrecks on the bottom of the sea, submarines that sank silently, never reported, never acknowledged, perhaps damaged in transit, perhaps part of missions no one will discuss. Their final positions are unknown. Their stories, if they existed, remain unspoken, and the ocean does not volunteer answers. Its currents continue, its silence deepens, and the acoustic shadows shift slowly across the basin floor. What does it mean to vanish in a place where no one is listening? It means the loss may never echo, that no beacon was heard, that even now, the remains may rest undisturbed, surrounded by silt and time. The Indian Ocean is not a place of dramatic tragedy. It is a place of slow forgetting, where steel becomes shadow and history drifts into water. We map it, yes. We study its currents. We name its ridges and canyons. But still, it keeps its secrets. And perhaps somewhere, far beneath the surface, among the trenches and broken ridges, there are still hulls, whole or broken, holding stories that will never be told. when the Israeli submarine INS Dakar disappeared in 1968. Its final position remained a mystery for over 30 years. The vessel had been sailing from Britain to Israel on a direct route through the Mediterranean. It was a routine voyage, not a secret mission. The weather was calm. The crew was experienced. And yet, something happened. Its last transmission came on January 24th. A routine message, nothing urgent, just a position update. Then silence. Searches began almost immediately. Nations coordinated efforts. Aircraft scoured the surface. Ships used sonar to scan the seabed. But nothing was found. Not a single scrap of wreckage. No oil slick. No signal. For a time, conspiracy theories grew. Was it sabotage? A collision? A political cover-up? But over time, the mystery settled into a quiet place, a national loss without explanation. Then, in 1999, the Dakar was found, but not where anyone expected. The wreck lay more than 250 kilometers off course, deep in the Mediterranean between Crete and Cyprus, in waters previously dismissed. It had drifted far from its last reported position, ending up in a trench nearly 3,000 meters deep. The discovery was made by a U.S. team using updated deep-sea scanning technology. When the images came back, the hull was there, fractured but largely intact, lying silently in silt and shadow. Why had it drifted so far? The answer, perhaps, lies not in sabotage or secrecy, but in the nature of the sea itself. Ocean drift is not linear. Beneath the surface, currents flow in multiple layers, warm above, cold below, some horizontal, others vertical. These currents can shift wreckage, scatter debris, or even carry signals into regions where they no longer make sense. In the case of the Dakar, the wreck did not drift after sinking. It likely went down in that exact spot. But the belief that it should have been somewhere else reveals how little we truly understand behavior of underwater navigation and failure. Even sonar pings behave strangely underwater. In deep water, sound bends. It refracts along thermoclines, temperature boundaries that change the density of the water. A sonar pulse may seem to come from one direction, but actually originate from another. This means search areas based on last known signals can be inaccurate by hundreds of kilometers. The Dakar's case illustrates this beautifully and tragically. For years, searches focused near its last transmission point, but sound distortion, outdated equipment, and assumptions about its trajectory led searchers in the wrong direction. Only when modern deep-sea scanning was used, and theories reconsidered, was the wreck found. Its discovery answered one question: where? But others remain. What caused it to sink? The damage on the hull was inconclusive. Some suggest a technical failure during a dive, perhaps a ballast tank rupture or sudden flooding. Others propose structural failure under pressure. But with no survivors and with critical sections of the sub collapsed by depth pressure, certainty remains elusive. Still, the Dakar's final position teaches something fundamental. Disappearance at sea rarely follows logic. Whether the submarine, a plane, or a lost cargo vessel, wrecks often defy expectations. Currents move silently and unpredictably. Debris travels great distances. Emergency signals can bounce or vanish. Even today, with GPS and satellite tracking, things are still lost. Not because they're hidden, but because we expect the sea to behave like land. It doesn't. The Dakar's long absence also reminds us that discovery doesn't always bring answers. Sometimes, it simply changes the shape of the mystery. What was once "where did it go?" becomes "how did it get here?" And beneath both lies the deeper question: why did it go at all? For the families of the crew, the discovery brought bittersweet closure. A location, a resting place, a kind of silence they could understand. For naval historians, it provided a case study in misdirection, not from malice, but from misunderstanding the sea. In the end, the Dakar did not betray its mission. It did not vanish to hide or to deceive. It simply succumbed to the ocean's terms that shift and bend and refuse to conform to the maps we make. It is still there, beneath thousands of meters of water, in a trench once deemed irrelevant. It lies as many lost submarines do, alone, unvisited, marked only by a few coordinates and a name engraved in stone on land. And it reminds us, quietly, that the sea does not forget. It only waits to be searched again. Beneath the surface of the sea lies a terrain stranger than anything found on land. It is easy to imagine the ocean floor is flat, like the bottom of a pool. But this is a myth. The sea floor is a world of deep trenches, towering ridges, yawning chasms, and undulating plains that shift over time. It is a landscape sculpted by tectonic plates and ancient volcanic upheavals, shaped by the Earth's slow, grinding breath. In this vast terrain, gravity does not behave uniformly. Small variations in the density of rock and magma below create gravity anomalies, pockets where gravitational pull is slightly stronger or weaker than elsewhere. These anomalies are invisible to the naked eye, but they have real effects. Water moves differently through them. Submarines drift differently around them. Sound refracts strangely within them. These zones are not dramatic enough to pull a vessel downward, not in the way fiction sometimes imagines, but they are enough to confuse instruments. Sonar signals can bend, depth readings can fluctuate. A sub navigating by inertial guidance, without GPS, relying only on internal sensors, might slowly drift off course without realizing it. Add to this the presence of magnetic anomalies, regions where the Earth's magnetic field behaves unpredictably. These are not fantasy. They are documented and measurable. Some occur near tectonic boundaries, where iron-rich minerals in the crust disrupt normal compass readings. Others are remnants of ancient lava flows, still retaining magnetism after millions of years. In such places, navigation becomes a guess. A compass might point subtly, persistently in the wrong direction. A course correction, based on faulty input, might lead a vessel directly into danger. There are also folds and fractures on the ocean floor that behave like underwater cul-de-sacs, places where a sub could descend and never return. These folds are not visible from the surface. Even sonar can miss them, especially if the angle is wrong or the sound bounces off soft sediment. A wreck in such a place might be only a few hundred meters from a search grid and remain undetected for decades. In the Atlantic, the Puerto Rico Trench runs deep and silent. A sharp scar in the seafloor, deeper than Mount Everest, is tall. In the Indian Ocean, the Java Trench curls like a shadow beneath the water's skin. In the Pacific, the Mariana Trench drops into crushing darkness. These are the known giants. But there are countless smaller trenches and folds that have never been mapped in detail. Some of these areas have earned reputations, not because of supernatural legend, but because of their unpredictable geometry. They are the ocean's Bermuda Triangles. Not cursed, but confounding. A vessel navigating through such a zone might find its sonar behaving oddly. Pings return late or distorted. The map does not match the readings. Pressure shifts suddenly. The seafloor rises and falls in strange patterns. In a crisis, mechanical failure, crew fatigue, unexpected current. Such disorientation can be fatal. And when a submarine vanishes in one of these regions, finding it becomes exponentially harder. The search teams are not only looking for a small object in a vast sea, they're looking at terrain that warps their very tools. A trench may appear flat in sonar if the beam schemes over its lip. A gravity well may bend water density just enough to scatter signals. A wreck may lie beneath a sediment slide, hidden by time. Even modern mapping cannot always overcome this. High-resolution bathymetric scans, while incredibly detailed, still cover only a fraction of the global seabed. Many regions have not been scanned at all. Others were charted decades ago with tools that would now be considered primitive, and in politically sensitive zones, access is limited or prohibited altogether. Submariners know this. They speak of certain areas with quiet respect. Not fear, but caution. Places where you double-check every reading. Where you trust the instruments, but not entirely. Where silence might mean more than a system's glitch. In 2017, an unmanned research vehicle exploring the Pacific Ridge encountered a sudden depth anomaly. A drop far sharper than expected. Its pressure hull was nearly compromised before it could ascend. The maps had not shown the dip. The slope had been invisible in previous scans. That was a robotic probe. For a manned vessel, the consequences of such a surprise can be irreversible. And then there are the wrecks found by accident, long after the initial search has been called off, discovered not by sonar or coordinated missions, but by fishing trawlers, private explorers, or passing research vessels. These discoveries often lie just beyond the known, in ridges that weren't mapped, in gravity wells that bent signals away, in folds too deep to register. One might ask, if the technology improves, will we find them all? Perhaps. But the sea is vast, and the geometry of its floor shifts slowly but continuously. Sediment drifts, ridges collapse, magnetic anomalies migrate, gravity fields wobble minutely with the tides. And even with perfect instruments, the question of location does not always yield the answer of cause. The terrain below is part of the mystery. It is not just backdrop, it is actor. It bends the rules. It changes the odds. It makes silence more durable. In the end, the ocean's gravity is not just a force of physics. It is a pull of forgetting, of descent, of vanishing into shape itself. A submarine does not need to be taken by storm or conflict to disappear. Sometimes, it simply descends in the fold of the world, where light cannot follow and sound does not return. Beneath the cold surfaces of the world's oceans lie silent corridors of metal and memory. They are not marked on most maps. No buoys warn of their presence. No grave markers rise above the waves. Yet they exist, deep under Arctic ice, along the Atlantic seafloor and among Pacific canyons, resting where pressure is absolute, light never travels, and human presence is rare. These are the submarine graveyards. Some are known, mapped, even named. Others were discovered by chance. A sonar scan revealing the curve of a broken hull, a ROV camera drifting past rusted steel. Still others remain theoretical, their locations guessed but unconfirmed. But all of them are quiet, undisturbed, held in place by gravity, silt, and time. In the Barents Sea, the Soviet submarine K-278 Komsomolets lies in pieces over 1,600 meters down. It caught fire in 1989 and sank with a nuclear reactor still humming inside. Years later, small amounts of radiation still leak from its compartments. Not enough to raise alarm, but enough to remind us it's there, contained but unfinished. In the Atlantic, the USS Thresher rests at over 2,500 meters, its hull shattered by pressure after a failed test dive in 1963. When discovered, the wreck was scattered in fragments over a large area. The violence of its collapse is frozen in the twisted metal, but the cause, a failed pipe or something more, remains debated. Thresher was one of the most advanced submarines of its day. Its grave is now a site of remembrance, studied but rarely disturbed. Farther south, near the Azores, the USS Scorpion lies in a jagged trench. Its loss in 1968 has never been fully explained. Some say a malfunctioning torpedo. Others whisper of conflict. But the wreck remains largely intact, eerily preserved. The hull is crushed, but the shape is still there, a ghost beneath the surface. In the Pacific, Japanese submarines from World War II lie scattered around island chains. Some were sunk in battle. Others scuttled by their own crews. Many have never been found. Occasionally, a fishing vessel snags something unexpected. A piece of history, tangled in its net. Each wreck is a capsule of time. Inside are control panels frozen in place. Beds left unmade. Shoes still lying against bulkheads. Human presence paused. They are not explored often. Many lie too deep. Others are considered war graves, protected by law and custom. To disturb them is to desecrate a final resting place. And so they are left as they are, untouched, unvisited, but not forgotten. When researchers do descend, carefully, respectfully, they describe an atmosphere unlike any other. Cameras reveal interiors coated in silt. Sea life has moved in. Crabs climb through instrument panels. Anemones bloom where crew once stood. The steel corrodes slowly, but it still holds shape. What stories linger inside? Not just technical data, but human echoes. A crew's last routines. A mission's final path. Perhaps notes written and never sent. Perhaps just silence. Black boxes, when recovered, often offer fragments. Last word system failures. A slow descent into chaos. But in many cases, they are destroyed by pressure or lost entirely. What remains are the physical clues, where the damage lies, which compartment held, which did not. Even in death, a submarine holds secrets. Sometimes, rumors persist about what else may be in these wrecks. Unacknowledged weapons, classified documents, things never meant to be found. But the ocean does not reveal easily. It rusts, it erodes, it folds the past into itself. There are over 100 known submarine wrecks across the world's oceans. Some recent, others from the earliest days of undersea warfare. Many are marked on naval charts. Few are ever visited. In Arctic waters, ice shelves drift silently over known wreck sites. Their movement makes access difficult. Their weight adds to the pressure already borne by the vessels below. Some suggest that under certain ice shelves lie subs we do not speak of. Missions that never made it home, never made it public. Stories lost not just to the sea, but to redacted history. And yet, even known sites offer a kind of mystery. What exactly caused the failure? Could it have been prevented? What decisions were made in those final minutes? What hopes or regrets moved through the crew as systems failed and descent began? These are not questions sonar can answer. They live in the steel, in the silence. For families, these graveyards are sacred. Memorials are held on ships above the site. Wreaths are dropped into the water. Names are read aloud. And though the bodies are not recovered, the sea is acknowledged as their resting place. In a way, it is fitting. Submariners live between two worlds, not quite a sea, not fully the land. They vanish into silence by design. Their graves are quiet, enduring. The sea does not rush. It holds. And in its depths, beneath the silt and coral, the lost submarines remain. Not as forgotten machines, but as monuments, rusting slowly, keeping their stories, waiting beneath pressure and time. When an airplane disappears, we search for its black box, the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder that hold the story of what happened. These devices are built to survive impact, fire, and water. And often they do. They tell us what the crew said, what systems failed, and how the final minutes unfolded. But submarines are different. Many never carried black boxes. Some were built before the technology existed. Others had internal logging systems that were vulnerable to pressure and heat. Even when recording devices were present, they were rarely designed to be recovered from the deep, and almost never were. A submarine silence, then, is not just mechanical. It is historical, emotional, final. When a submarine vanishes, there is no final call, no distress message, no warning. The crew does not have a mayday protocol like a pilot. Their systems are closed, internal, isolated. Communication with the surface is limited even under normal operations. In an emergency, it often disappears entirely. Even if there is time, seconds or minutes, to record something, there is no guaranteed mechanism to transmit it. Submarines are built for secrecy. Their first priority is stealth. Broadcasting a message in an emergency might reveal position, compromise a mission, or simply be impossible due to damage or power loss. And so, we are left with gaps. No cockpit voice recordings. No final logs. Only the last known location, the vessel's expected route, and a range of possible failures. Engineers speculate. Naval analysts debate. Families imagine. But no voice confirms. In some cases, wreckage is found years later or decades. Submarines resting on the seafloor, sometimes intact, sometimes crushed. Investigators use remote cameras to examine the hull, the angles of collapse, the positions of broken valves. They study damage patterns and interior corrosion. From this, they try to reconstruct what happened. But it is never exact. They are reading shadows. Without internal recordings, even modern submarines leave incomplete stories. Pressure destroys sensitive electronics. Fires burn circuit boards. Seawater corrodes memory chips. If the system survived impact, it might still fail within minutes from flooding or battery failure. One of the few methods of modern onboard data collection, the submarine data recorder, is still vulnerable to deep ocean pressures. It is not designed for easy retrieval. It has no locator beacon like aircraft black boxes. And unless a wreck is located, accessed, and carefully excavated, the data it holds is lost. There are haunting possibilities in the silence. Were there last words spoken among the crew? Did anyone realize what was happening? Did they try to record something? Did they write? We do not know. Occasionally, scraps of communication emerge. In the case of the Kursk, a note was found on the body of crewman, a brief message scrawled as he awaited rescue, letting the outside world know that some had survived the initial blast. But such notes are rare. Most disasters happen too quickly or in too little light, and so speculation becomes the primary tool. Naval boards convene. They review the vessel's maintenance records, the crew's experience, the weather conditions, the mission profile. They simulate pressure failures, hydraulic leaks, battery fires, torpedo malfunctions. Each theory is tested against what little is known: the last ping, the sonar echo, the debris field. A narrative is built, but even official conclusions are marked with uncertainty. Probable cause, likely scenario, cannot be ruled out. And for every official explanation, there are parallel theories. Whispers of sabotage, unacknowledged accidents, encounters with unknown forces, natural or otherwise. Some dismiss these as distraction. Others point out that in the absence of definitive data, alternative narratives are inevitable. Because when there is no black box, imagination steps in. Not wild speculation, but thoughtful, detailed reconstructions by experts, veterans, families. They build timelines from fragments. They pore over maintenance logs. They compare wreck photos, voice old doubts, revisit forgotten memos. But the missing element remains: voice. Without the crew's words, we don't know what was felt, what was seen, what was tried. Did someone identify the problem? Did they act quickly? Were there arguments? Was there calm? Did anyone have hope? Even in peaceful disappearance, without explosion or fire, the absence of data is profound. A routine transit becomes a vanishing. A training dive becomes a tragedy. And all that's left is silence. And in that silence, the shape of loss is different. It is not just a loss of life, but the loss of explanation, of accountability, of closure. What black boxes give, in planes and trains, even in space, is not just data, but dignity. A sense that the end was understood, that those involved were heard, that lessons could be learned. Submarine disasters, in contrast, resist being understood. They occur far from view, in darkness and pressure. They leave no testimony. No echoes, just quiet tombs on the seabed, filled with questions. In recent years, new technologies have aimed to change this. Self-ejecting data modules, emergency beacons that can float to the surface, hardened memory units built to withstand crushed depth. Some navies now integrate these in advanced designs. But even these systems rely on detection, by aircraft, by satellite, by ship. And if they are missed, the silence resumes. In some ways, submarines are built to disappear. Their purpose is invisibility. Their shape is silence. And when they vanish, they do so completely. We listen for them, but the black boxes never speak. The ocean does not measure time as we do. It moves not by minutes or hours, but by centuries, millennia. The slow rhythm of currents that have circled the globe since before there were maps. The drift of tectonic plates that pull open trenches and raise ridges at a pace too slow to see. Coral that grows a millimeter a year. Sediment that takes decades to settle a single layer. Creatures that live in darkness for centuries, changing shape without ever surfacing. This is deep time, the scale on which the ocean lives. And against this, human life is brief. We send our ships into the sea, proud, new, named, crewed by people with stories, with homes, with futures imagined. But in the deep, all of that shrinks. Pressure flattens. Sound fades. And what was once present becomes memory. To vanish in the ocean is to vanish in a space that does not notice. Not out of cruelty, but out of difference. The sea does not recognize urgency. It does not hurry to return what it has taken. It does not mark anniversaries. If it keeps anything, it keeps it under pressure, under layers, under stillness. A submarine lost at 3,000 meters lies not only in darkness, but in slowness. The moment of its sinking, so immediate, so vivid to those involved, becomes just one quiet point in a basin formed over millions of years. This is difficult for us. We are creatures of short memory. Even our monuments, the ones we build in stone and bronze, erode within centuries. Names are forgotten. Stories blur. And when something vanishes without explanation, it haunts us. We want resolution, a record, a place to visit, a final word. But the ocean does not offer these easily. In the abyss, memory is not carved in granite or stored in archive. It is suspended, in silt, in silence, in unbroken black. Submarines that vanish become part of the terrain. Their stories are no longer carried in books, but in pressure chambers and rusted valves. In the absence of black boxes, we remember them not through sound, but through space. The place they once were, and the place they may now rest. And yet, memory persists. Not geological, but human. Families remember. Nations remember. Search teams, years later, still follow sonar trails in hopes of bringing resolution to stories that never ended. Even when decades pass, the desire to know remains. Sometimes discovery comes, a wreck found by chance or through stubborn effort. And even then, questions linger. What happened? What did they feel? Did they know? We seek to bridge the gap between our scale of time and the oceans. We name ships after the lost. We hold ceremonies. We drop wreaths into the sea. We speak the names of the crew aloud, hoping that by doing so, they remain present. But still, the ocean moves slowly on. Somewhere below, corals begin to grow on a fallen hull. Microbes feed on the iron. Currents sweep away the soft edges. And the shape of the submarine becomes part of the deep landscape. Less a vessel, more ridge, a cavity, a reef. In time, a long time, even that will disappear. The steel will dissolve. The shape will fade. Life will move in unknowing. The memory will live only in our stories, our records, our rituals. And even those will pass. To vanish in the sea is to become part of something larger, not in a poetic metaphor, but in a literal way. The ship, the people, the mission, all merge with a system that does not end. A circulation that predates human history and will outlast it. This does not diminish the loss. It makes it vast. We are not built to understand deep time, but we encounter it here. In these stories, in these vanishings, what do we leave behind? A signal, briefly, a sonar trace, a trail of questions, and sometimes silence so complete that it becomes part of the sea itself. That, perhaps, is the ocean's truest gravity. Not just a pull on the body, but a pull on memory, a way of drawing stories down, holding them quiet, until only echoes remain. And yet, we remember, as long as someone wonders, as long as someone waits, as long as we search, with machines, with questions, with care, the lost are not entirely lost. They are part of our story, even as they become part of the deep. Some losses at sea unfold slowly. Distress calls, sightings, scattered wreckage. But others leave nothing. No oil on the surface. No life raft. No debris trail. No paying from the depths. Just a vessel that was there and then wasn't. Submarines, by their very design, are built to vanish from sight. Their silence is strategic, their absence intentional. But there are moments when that silence becomes permanent. Not part of a mission, not part of protocol. Just total disappearance. Take the case of Argentina's ARA San Juan. In November 2017, this modern diesel-electric submarine disappeared with 44 crew aboard. 1 minute, it was reporting technical issues, then silence. For over a year, it remained missing. No emergency beacon. No signal. Search efforts swept across thousands of miles of ocean, drawing on international help, satellite data, and sonar scans. Eventually, the wreck was found, crushed under pressure, far off course on the Atlantic seabed. But for months, it had simply been gone. No oil trail, no flotsam, only absence. Another haunting example. The USS Grunion, lost in 1942 during its first combat patrol in the Aleutians. No contact after July 30th. No confirmed enemy engagement. For decades, it remained a mystery. It wasn't until 2007 that family-funded search efforts found its wreck in deep waters near Kiska Island. Again, no debris, no clue, no sign above water. Then there's the INS Dakar, which disappeared in 1968, one of that year's many submarine mysteries. We've spoken of its wreck, found decades later. But during its disappearance, there was not even a confirmed last position. No debris ever surfaced during initial searches. No oil, no distress flare. The submarine simply stopped reporting. Or Minerve, a French Navy submarine lost that same year, just off the coast of Toulon, in calm weather, during routine operations, less than an hour from shore. It vanished without a signal. For 50 years, the Mediterranean kept its silence. In 2019, it was found, shockingly close to land, but hidden in a trench too steep for earlier sonar. Some vessels vanished before they're ever confirmed to have existed. Black operations, or prototypes, hinted at in declassified documents. They are listed not in naval registries, but in rumor. These, too, leave no physical trace. And perhaps that is by design. The Soviet submarine K-129, lost in the Pacific in 1968, transmitted no distress. Its last known location was hundreds of miles from where it was eventually found, and only discovered after one of the most secretive salvage operations in history. For weeks, it was simply gone. In commercial sectors, disappearances rarer. Submarines are fewer, missions clearer. But it happens. Tourist submersibles, research vessels, and undersea drones have been lost without a signal. In some cases, strong underwater currents have swept them far from expected paths. In others, mechanical failures silence them too quickly for communication. These losses remind us, the sea does not care if you're civilian or military. It holds its silence for all. What makes these vanishings so difficult to comprehend is their completeness. We expect some sign, even a single object, but when a submarine descends rapidly, perhaps inverted and implodes under pressure, the result can be devastatingly clean. Everything folds inward, compartments collapse, energy dissipates downward. There may be no time for any object to escape. The lack of oil slick is especially telling. If fuel compartments are crushed early, contents remain sealed in the wreck. If the descent is rapid and vertical, the sub may plunge nose first, embedding deep into sediment. The impact leaves little surface trace. Sound itself betrays little. Passive sonar, unless very close, may not register the moment, and unless an active sonar sweep happens at the precise time and place, nothing is detected. In some cases, a final signal is mistaken or ignored, a garbled report, a misping. Only later does the silence register, by which time the search area may span thousands of square kilometers. We imagine the ocean as something knowable, but in truth, we've mapped more of the moon than we have of our own seafloor. Trenches as deep as Everest is tall, currents as fast as rivers, eddies that loop and fold, all conspire to hide what goes missing. And in that context, these vanishings are not impossible. They are, in fact, inevitable, statistically rare, emotionally staggering, but inevitable. When a submarine vanishes without a trace, we are left with questions that press against our instincts. Where is the wreck? What happened? How did no one see? The answers lie below, but too deep, too cold, too remote to reach. In zones where even robotic vehicles struggle. In shadows where pressure turns steel into powder. And so, we remember these cases as absences. Lines in a logbook that end mid-sentence. Names on a wall with no grave beneath. The last check-in, the last breath of radio, the last glimpse before water closed over all. The sea does not explain. It only waits. When a submarine vanishes, the silence that follows is not only natural, it is institutional. Each navy has its own protocols, its own language of loss. But across nations, one constant remains: discretion. Submarine operations are among the most secretive in any military. And so, when something goes wrong beneath the surface, announcements are rare, delayed, or veiled in coded language. In some cases, families are told before the public, in carefully worded briefings that offer little more than confirmation of disappearance. In others, even those closest to the crew wait in confusion as rumors circulate and official statements lag. The first response is often not clarity, but control. Secrecy is embedded in submarine culture. These are vessels designed for stealth. Missions are classified. Routes are not disclosed. Crew lists are sometimes withheld. So when a submarine fails to return, even the fact of its absence may take days to acknowledge and longer to understand. Some navies issue formal notices to the media. Others remain quiet until public pressure demands response. The tone is always careful. Technical terms obscure tragedy. Loss of contact, presumed incident, communication interrupted. Direct admission of loss often takes time, measured in political calculation as much as in evidence. Yet behind these public silences, rituals unfold. In the United States Navy, when a submarine is confirmed lost, the crew is declared on eternal patrol. It is a phrase loaded with respect, suggesting not absence, but continuation. They are not erased from duty. They are simply deeper than reach. This idea shapes memorials, too. In Groton, Connecticut, home of the U.S. Navy Submarine Force, the Submarine Veterans World War II Memorial bears the names of lost boats and their crews. Similar walls exist in Pearl Harbor, San Diego, and Norfolk. Brass plaques, carved stone, flags at half-mast. In Russia, where submarine losses have left deep scars, memorials often carry the tone of both pride and pain. The Kursk, lost in 2000, is commemorated in Murmansk with statues and quiet ceremonies. Its story remains a national wound, not just for the loss, but for the delay in rescue and the way the public was kept in the dark for days. Even in peacetime losses, rituals unfold. The Indonesian Navy held a solemn ceremony in 2021 after the disappearance of the KRI Nanggala 402. At sea, wreaths were cast upon the waves. A 21-gun salute echoed across the water, and though no bodies were recovered, families gathered to speak their names aloud, one by one. The Royal Navy has its own traditions. When the HMS Thetis sank during a test dive in 1939, it was front-page news. In its wake, memorials were held in Liverpool and across the country. Later losses, quieter, classified, were commemorated in more private ways. But each vessel loss finds its place on the submarine service roll of honor. Some navies observe a minute of silence on the anniversary of a disappearance. Others conduct dives in remembrance. Submarines lowering themselves silently beneath the waves in tribute. Bells toll. Crew stand at attention. Words are few. And still, much remains unspoken. There are reports that are never released. Boards of inquiry whose findings remain sealed. Details shared only within military intelligence circles. Some disappearances are attributed to technical malfunction, a phrase that conceals more than it reveals. Others are left unexplained entirely, classified indefinitely for reasons of national security. To families, this silence can feel like denial. Grief becomes complicated when no answers are offered. The rituals help, but they cannot substitute for knowledge. For some, the sea becomes not only the grave, but the obstacle to closure. Naval tradition holds that the ocean is an honorable resting place, that those lost beneath it serve with courage, that they are not forgotten. But even honor feels quiet when wrapped in layers of secrecy. In recent decades, some navies have tried to change this. There is more openness now than in the mid-20th century. Disappearances are acknowledged more quickly. International assistance is more readily accepted. Satellite data, sonar mapping, and public awareness campaigns have made it harder to keep silence intact. Still, the instinct remains: control the narrative, shield the mission, protect the state. This silence is not always sinister. It is often born from respect for the crew, for their duty, for complexity of undersea warfare. But it is silence nonetheless. And in the absence of full truth, ritual steps in. The folding of flags, the tolling of bells, the naming of the lost. Every submarine community has its own way of remembering. In museums, preserved vessels hold rooms where the names of the fallen are read aloud. In quiet ports, plaques rest beneath the flags. Online, communities of veterans and families share memories, photos, and prayers. To the outside world, the submarine remains a symbol of silence. But within these circles, memory is active, protected, passed down. There is dignity in that, but also distance. Because for every name on a wall, there is a story that may never be told, a decision that may never be known, a moment that vanished beneath the waves, held in place by tradition, protocol, and the ocean's own hush. And still, the sea keeps its silence. We live on a blue planet. From space, it is the ocean that defines us, vast, glinting in constant motion. Yet for all our technology, we understand more about the surface of Mars and the floor of our own seas. More than 80% of Earth's ocean remains unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. The abyssal plains, the deep trenches, the canyons that twist the seabed, they stretch for miles in every direction, far beyond the reach of light, sound, and most human machines. In this darkness, entire worlds exist, unseen. It is into this unknowable space that many submarines have vanished. When we speak of disappearance, we imagine mystery, sabotage, conflict, but often the answer is far simpler. The ocean is just too big, its depths too remote, its geography too strange. A submarine that sinks may land in a crevice too deep for sonar, or on a slope too steep to skim clearly. It may be covered by a slide of silt or hidden by folds in underwater mountains. Our mapping efforts are slow. Even the most sophisticated sonar tools offer only a narrow beam. Satellite altimetry gives us general shapes, but not detail. Mapping the entire seafloor high resolution, every ridge, every trench, would take centuries at current speeds. And so, the abyss remains unmapped. In this, there is both awe and humility. For all our satellites, drones, and data centers, the deep ocean resists full knowledge. It is not that it keeps secrets. It simply hasn't been asked the right questions in the right ways or with the right tools. The deep trenches, the Mariana, the Tonga, the Philippine, could hold wrecks from decades ago, perfectly preserved in cold silence. We would not know. Submarines are heavy. When systems fail and buoyancy is lost, they sink fast. They may fall for minutes, down through thermoclines, across currents, into trenches where pressure exceeds 16,000 psi. At those depths, hulls collapse, sound distorts, and location becomes nearly impossible to calculate. A wreck might lie just a few miles from its last known point, but if it rests beneath a canyon wall, sonar might never find it. The ocean hides through its complexity, not malice. There are known zones of difficult scanning, places where undersea topography disrupts sonar, where magnetic fields fluctuate, where currents push debris in unpredictable directions. Even today's best search efforts struggle with these conditions. And yet, the human desire to find remains strong. We send autonomous underwater vehicles into the deep, tiny explorers, mapping with lasers and sonar. We drop towed cameras, hoping for a glimpse. We calculate drift patterns, extrapolate descent paths, model implosion depths. But each of these methods has limits. We do not yet know how to ask to see everything we wish to know. That limitation is more than technical. It is existential. We want closure. We want to believe that with enough effort, enough knowledge, everything can be found. Everything can be explained. But the abyss reminds us, some places are beyond certainty. In this way, the unmapped ocean is like forgotten memory. Things fall into it. Moments, machines, people, not because they lack value, but because they drift beyond the edge of what we can hold. And perhaps that is what makes submarine disappearances so haunting. Not just the loss of life, but the loss of presence. A thing so heavy, so real, vanishing into a space we cannot fully see. Even when wrecks are found, it is often by chance. A miscalibrated sonar ping, a diver off course, a satellite noticing an anomaly in the water's surface. But for every find, there are dozens of search efforts that yield nothing. Not even confirmation of failure, just silence. And yet, we continue to map. Every year, new expeditions push into the abyss. New charts are drawn. New trenches explored. Slowly, the edges of mystery recede. But they do not vanish. There will always be fold in the world. places where light does not go, where sound bends strangely, where pressure rewrites physics. Submarines rest in these folds. Some will be found. Some never will. Their steel will hold for centuries in the cold. Currents will polish their surfaces. Creatures will nest inside their hulls. In time, they will become part of the landscape. No longer machines, but features, points on a map that does not yet exist. And above them, life will go on. Ships crossing overhead, storms churning the surface, satellites blinking in orbit. But in the quiet between, something waits. Not answers, not ghosts, just presence. The unmapped abyss is not a void. It is a space full of stories we cannot yet hear. Sometimes, what's left behind is not wreckage, but words. Letters never delivered. Logs never signed again. Journals that stopped mid-sentence. Recordings meant for home that never arrived. In the silence of lost submarines, these fragments carry the weight of entire lives. A young sailor aboard the USS Scorpion writes to his wife, "Only a week more out here. I can't wait to hear your voice again." She received that letter after he had vanished, when there was no voice, no week left, only a silence that grew. Another letter from the Minerve, brief and routine. Weather's calm. All systems smooth. Tell Papa the cheese he sent is still good. That's all. A note about the sea and a piece of home. And then nothing. Onboard logs sometimes survive in fragments. Pages detailing engine checks, navigational courses, sonar sweeps, suddenly ending without warning. One moment, a technical reading. The next, a blank space that no hand continued. The Kursk offered a rare message from the abyss. Scrawled by Lieutenant Dmitry Kolesnikov, hours after the explosion. All personnel from Sections 6, 7, and 8 moved to the 9th. None of U.S. can get to the surface. I am writing blind. A letter from the dark. A last attempt to leave behind more than silence. Training logs record names and drills. Crew performance, assignments, rotations. The same names show up again and again, and then stop. The quiet absence of a signature on the final page speaks louder than any sentence. Voice tapes made during long tours often included little songs, stories for children, casual updates. In one case, a submariner recorded a lullaby in a cramped bunk, sending it to a newborn he's never seen. The tape reached the family. He didn't. These fragments do not explain disappearance, but they remind us, before each vanishing, there was life. Laughter, routine, boredom, anticipation. Arguments over coffee. Jokes about officers. Notes in the margins. Calendars with days crossed off. Some families received nothing. The submarine left port, and that was the last known moment. No message. No contact. For them, grief begins with a void. Others hold on to the last letter, rereading every word, wondering if there was a hidden signal, a final goodbye. They frame it, tuck it into boxes, pass it on to children who never met the writer. Time does not dull these artifacts. If anything, it sharpens them, because the world moved on. Wars ended. Ships were decommissioned. Cities changed. But the letter remains as fresh, as immediate, as full of presence as the day it was written. And in that, something lingers. A kind of memory. A kind of connection. The ocean swallows steel. It dissolves debris. It hides hulls and scatters parts. But it cannot erase the meaning someone wrote into a page or sang into a microphone. There are museums now, quiet rooms where these letters are displayed. Typed words yellowed by time. Handwritten notes curled with age. In one case, a child's drawing returned from a submarine's cabin, found in a recovered item decades later. Some families write back. Not to send, just to say what was never said. Letters addressed to wherever you are. Messages that begin with, "I wish you had seen," or "I still wonder," because disappearance is not just about what was lost. It's about what was left unsaid. What would they have written had they known? What final word? What reassurance? What apology or promise? We can't know, but we can listen to the letters that reach their destination, to the tapes that still play, to the fragments of ordinary life, meals logged, movies planned, birthdays noted. These are the real markers. Not wreckage, not sonar, not coordinates, but human things. Soft, fleeting, held. The ocean has always held more than water. It holds stories. It holds fear. It holds the strange things we whisper to make sense of what we cannot explain. Long before sonar, before charts, before steel hulls and nuclear reactors, sailors looked out into the endless dark and imagined what might wait below. Sometimes those imaginings felt closer to truth than any map could offer. A kraken, coiled and sleeping in the deep. A serpent too long to surface. Voices that call from the fog. Ships that vanish without sound or cause, swallowed whole by the sea. To sail was always to risk disappearing. And so the stories grew. In Norse mythology, the sea was ruled by Aegir, a god both generous and wrathful. He held banquets for the drowned. Sailors lost in storms were said to dine forever in his glowing hall beneath the waves. A strange comfort. To think there might be warmth beneath the cold. In Greek lore, the ocean was home to Scylla and Charybdis, one a many-headed monster, the other a whirlpool that consumed ships. Between them, even heroes vanished. Japanese sailors told of Yumabuzu, a vast dark figure that would rise from calm seas to crush boats in silence. No warning, just a shadow on the waves, and then nothing. Even today, old mariners still speak of the hungry sea. Not out of superstition, but out of recognition. Some places take more than they return. The Bermuda Triangle, one of the most enduring maritime myths, is said to be a cursed stretch of ocean. Planes vanish. Ships disappear. Instruments fail. Scientists dismiss it, pointing to currents and storms and coincidence. But for those who lost someone there, the explanations don't always satisfy. The myth survives because it fills the space left by uncertainty. In folklore, the sea is not neutral. It has moods. It makes choices. It keeps secrets. Some submariners, even in modern navies, hold quiet superstitions. A lucky coin kept in the control room. A silence before the first dive. A pause at certain coordinates where things feel off. They don't say it loudly, but they feel it. Because when you descend into silence, myths return. And there are places, real places, that seem to resist explanation. In the Philippine Trench, divers have reported strange magnetic interference. In the Southern Ocean, near Bouvet Island, sailors speak of odd sounds, untraceable signals, and a feeling of being watched by something vast and silent. Science records a bloop, a low-frequency underwater sound detected in 1997. At first, some thought it was organic, a massive creature unknown to us. Later, it was attributed to ice. But the myth had already spread. The deep speaks, and sometimes it doesn't speak in a language we know. There's also the myth of the siren song, a sound that lures sailors toward their doom. In ancient times, it was said to be voices. In modern settings, it might be interference, distortion, echoes that mimic human speech through metal and water. Sonar techs have reported hearing signals that defy pattern, pings that move when they shouldn't, pulses that loop in unnatural ways. Is it malfunction? Is it pressure? Or is it something older, deeper, the sea playing with sound as it plays with memory? In Russia, old naval lore says that submarines should never sail on certain feast days, that the sea demands rest, and those who violate it will not return. After the Kursk disaster, some pointed to the calendar. It was nothing, of course, but the pattern lingered. In Indonesia, legends of the Laut Selatan, the Southern Sea Queen, suggest that those who disrespect the water will be pulled down. The KRI Nanggala disappeared in 2021. Some spoke of tides and aging equipment. Others whispered older names. Because when sonar fails, when signals stop, when no wreck is found, myth rushes in, not to deceive, but to give shape to fear. In these stories, the sea is alive, not with malice necessarily, but with intention. It keeps what it wants. It returns what it chooses. Sometimes a piece of hull, sometimes nothing at all. Even among researchers and oceanographers, there's a quiet acknowledgement. The ocean resists being fully known. Its trenches are deeper than we can explore. Its tectonic folds shift invisibly. Its currents defy models. It changes itself while we are still trying to measure what it was. And so myths remain, not as relics of ignorance, but as reflections of humility. They say the sea has moods, that it remembers, that it demands offerings, that it marks some ships, some crews, before they ever set sail. Some families who have lost loved ones to the ocean keep small traditions. Candles lit on stormy nights. Shoes left near the door in case the lost return. Cups of tea poured and placed near a window. These are not superstitions. They are ways of remembering, ways of speaking to a silence that never answers back. In this, myth and memory become the same. Submarines vanish for reasons we try to understand. Equipment failure, navigational error, unseen collision. But even the most detailed report leaves room for silence. And in that silence, the old stories wait. Of ghost ships, of sunken kingdoms, of creatures that never surface, of pings that don't stop, of wrecks that aren't there, of voices on the water that aren't wind. We do not need to believe in monsters to honor the mystery, but perhaps we need the stories to face what science cannot yet explain, not because myths are true, but because they carry the shape of the unknown. And in the deep, the unknown is all around us. The ocean draws more than navies. It calls to explorers, adventurers, researchers, and dreamers, people who long not to command the deep, but to witness it, to touch forgotten wrecks, to drift through bioluminescent darkness, to see what only a few have ever seen. But even civilian submersibles are not immune to the ocean silence. Their missions are often quiet, their crews small, their disappearances unnoticed by most. One such case was a Pisces 3, a deep-sea submersible operated by Vickers Oceanics. In 1973, during a cable-laying project off the coast of Ireland, the submersible detached and sank to 1,575 feet. It was not lost forever, but for 3 days, the two men inside waited in total darkness, oxygen dwindling. Had they not been rescued in time, it would have been a disappearance with little explanation. A quiet descent, no wreckage, no signal strong enough to trace. Others were not so fortunate. In 1970, a Japanese research sub named No. 5 Shinkai lost contact during a test dive. The vessel was found later, but for hours it had been simply gone. No transmission, no coordinates, only silence and a growing circle of worry on the surface. More recently, in 2023, the world briefly turned its gaze to the disappearance of the Titan, a privately operated tourist submersible designed to carry passengers to the wreck of the Titanic. It vanished en route, deep in the North Atlantic. The search spanned multiple countries. For days, hope clung to reports of possible tapping sounds. But when wreckage was found, it told a fast, devastating story. A sudden implosion. The sub had gone silent almost immediately. What made the Titan unique wasn't its fate. Many have vanished, but its attention. Most civilian submersibles that disappear do so far from headlines. Their missions aren't tied to icons like the Titanic. Their passengers aren't famous. Their stories unfold quietly in specialist journals or in local news articles read by few. There was a Colombian oceanographic sub, privately owned, lost in the Caribbean in the 1980s. Rumors suggest it may have suffered a mechanical fault during descent or struck an undersea ridge. But no official investigation followed. The ocean took it, and the names of those aboard were remembered only by family and friends. In the South Pacific, a small two-person exploratory dive, privately financed, vanished during an attempt to photograph rare hydrothermal vents in 2005. The support vessel reported last contact at 400 meters. Then nothing. No distress. No signal. Later surveys revealed unstable topography in the region, vents that shifted, ridges that cracked. The sub could lie in a fold, invisible to sonar. And in Southeast Asia, a tourist operation offering shallow submersible rides to coral beds halted abruptly in the late 1990s after a dive failed to return. Records are scarce. Names were never widely reported. But locals still speak of the day the water went quiet. Civilian subs operate differently than their military counterparts. They are smaller, less armored, often experimental. They rely on commercial-grade communication equipment, not hardened naval tech. They may lack emergency beacons or black boxes, and many are piloted by enthusiasts, deeply skilled, but without full institutional support. This means that when something goes wrong, detection is slower, response is more difficult. Funding for search operations may be limited or non-existent, and in some cases, disappearance is simply accepted. The sea has many folds, many currents, many ways to remain hidden. These stories rarely end with international ceremonies or naval tributes. They end with memorial benches, newspaper obituaries, photos placed in glass frames near coastal towns. Yet they are no less significant. These were people who chose to go below, not for country or command, but for curiosity, for wonder, for science, for the desire to be closer to the unknown. And their loss reminds us that the deep takes all equally. It does not care for rank, mission, or intention, military or civilian. The sea is a realm where silence always has a final word. There are efforts now to build better civilian subs, stronger hulls, more fail-safe systems, redundant communications. But as long as people descend into the deep in search of meaning or beauty, the risk remains. Not because they are careless, but because the ocean is vast, and we still know so little of what waits in its folds. Some families still wait. Some memories remain sharp. Some subs remain missing. They rest in cold places. They drift in slow currents. They sleep beneath lightless water, known only to the sea. The ocean does not grieve. It has no shoulders to shudder, no eyes to fill, no language for sorrow. It does not mark anniversaries or lower flags. It does not return what it keeps, not out of cruelty, but out of silence. The sea holds what it takes, and then it moves on. Waves roll in, not in mourning, but in rhythm. Currents shift, not in regret, but in endless motion. The tide pulls at the shore, always the same. We want the sea to remember, to ache like we do, to whisper stories of what it swallowed. But it does not. Its memory is not like ours. It does not collect dates or names. It does not measure tragedy against hope. It does not leave flowers. A ship is lost. A submarine vanishes. And the ocean continues. Its silence is not an answer. Its calm is not compassion. It simply exists, vast, indifferent, eternal. And yet, we grieve anyway. We build memorials. We search for wreckage. We recite names into the wind. We throw wreaths into the water, as if the sea might notice, might pause, might soften just for a moment. But it doesn't. To the ocean, a submarine is no different than a whale's skeleton or a fallen meteorite, or the stone from a distant cliff. It sinks. It rests. It becomes part of the seafloor. Not sacred, not cursed, just there. And yet, we cannot stop imagining that somewhere in the folds of pressure and darkness, the lost are held gently, that the water cradles them, not coldly, but in a kind of stillness we cannot understand. Because we need that. We need to believe that disappearance does not mean erasure, that silence does not mean abandonment, that the last breath taken beneath the waves was not taken alone. But the sea offers no such promises. It does not grieve, and so we grieve harder. We project our ache onto its surface. We make myth. We hold vigil. We scan the horizon and whisper, as if the water could listen. And perhaps it does, in a way we'll never comprehend. But there are no gravestones at the bottom, no markers carved into coral, no epitaphs on the floor of the trench, only metal turned dull, only silence that thickens with time. Still we persist. We name the lost. We light candles. We hold on to letters and tapes and uniforms. We teach children the names of uncles, fathers, sisters, who disappeared in the blue. And in this, there is something stronger than grief. There is love. There is memory. Not oceanic, not geological, but human. We are creatures of remembering. The sea is not. It does not carry guilt. It does not hold on to the moment of collapse or the final ping. It does not wince at the pressure that crushed a hull. It does not feel the stillness that came after. But we do. We carry every unanswered question, every fragment of debris, every line in a last letter. And we call that grief, not because we must, but because we can. Because where the sea is vast, we are small, and in that smallness we make meaning. The ocean does not grieve, but we do. And in doing so, we keep the vanished from vanishing entirely. In our rituals, in our silence, in our remembering. Absence has a sound. It is not silence, exactly. It is the hum beneath the silence. The space where something should be and is not. When a submarine disappears, the ocean does not roar. It does not thrash or wail. It goes quiet. A quiet so deep that even the instruments strain to hear what is no longer there. This quiet is not failure. It is not a broken signal or a missed message. It is the presence of absence itself. And it has its own weight. To listen to absence is to sit with what we do not know. Not to chase it. Not to solve it. But to hear its shape. The missing do not speak. But they are not gone. Their names remain in logs. Their faces remain in photographs. Their voices, perhaps on old recordings. But more than anything, they remain in the space they left behind. The space that hums with what might have been. We do not always know how to listen to that. Our ears are trained for presence. Voices, beacons, sonar pings, answers. But the ocean offers something else. A long, low pause. A breath that never ends. To sit with it is uncomfortable. It asks nothing. It answers nothing. But it is real. The absence of submarine is not a hole in history. It is part of it. It is not the end of a story, but the story itself. A narrative without resolution, held together by what remains unsaid. This is not the mystery of what happened. It is the mystery of what it feels like to never know. Some families live here. Not in grief, exactly, but in suspension. A place between hope and truth, between search and surrender. Their mourning sounds different. It sounds like breath held too long, like footsteps down a hallway no longer walked, like a meal prepared for someone who no longer eats. In that stillness, there's reverence, not for what was found, but for what was not, for the last message that never came, for the signal that should have echoed back, for the silence that replaced a voice. There is wisdom in listening to absence. It teaches patience. It deepens memory. It reminds us that not all stories end in clarity, and that not all endings need explanation. To listen this way is not to give up. It is to open, to allow absence its space, to feel it not as a loss, but as a presence in its own right, because absence holds. It holds the shape of a vessel, the weight of its mission, the warmth of its crew, the hum of their routines. All of it suspended, not erased, just unconfirmed. And in some way, that listening is enough. We do not need to know where every submarine rests. We do not need to touch every wreck. We do not need to solve every mystery. We can stand on the shore or sit in the dark and feel the space left behind. We can hear the hush where a name once answered. We can bear witness to the shape of not knowing. And in that, we remember. Even the ocean, in all its silence, listens in its own way. Through currents, through pressure, through endless holding. We listen to, not to find, but to feel. Beneath the quiet black, everything slows. There is no clock here, no sun to mark the day, no echo loud enough to carry across the trenches. This is where our story returns. Not to end, but to settle. Because some stories do not end in answers. They end in drift. The submarine K-129, silent beneath the Pacific. Its final coordinates still debated. The Scorpion, lost in the Atlantic, where no one heard its fall. The Kursk, shattered yet whole, survivors waiting in vain for a rescue that never came. The Minerve, the Dakar, the Thresher, each one a name and a shadow. Their wrecks may be found, or not, their stories told or silenced, their last moments known or lost forever. But they remain, drifting through maps, through sonar screens, through letters unopened and radios gone still. There is something about a vanished submarine that defies conclusion. A ship sinks and debris floats. A plane crashes and black boxes tell the tale. But a submarine goes beneath the black and disappears whole. No splash, no flare, no grave, only pressure, only time, only the deep folding its arms. In that stillness, Questions accumulate. What happened in the final seconds? What thoughts passed through the minds of the crew? Did they know? Did they hope? We do not hear their voices, but sometimes we imagine them. A whisper of metal shifting, a soft prayer beneath breath, a final log entry, incomplete, not dramatic, not loud, just human. We carry those imagined moments because they help fill the silence, not replace it, but soften its edges. Some vessels went missing during war, and perhaps their fate lies in records still sealed. Others vanish in peace, and their fate lies only in the ocean's folds. A few were experiments never acknowledged, their names never spoken outside classified rooms. But whether remembered in marble or obscured in secrecy, all are now part of the deep, the quiet black beneath the waves, deeper than sound, older than memory. And we return to that place now, not for closure, but for presence, to feel the hum of the unseen, to acknowledge the unanswered, to sit, for a moment, in the company of mystery, because mystery, too, is a form of presence. It asks nothing. It demands no resolution. It simply exists like the trench, like the current, like the ocean's slow breath. And in that existence, something profound occurs. We stop searching. We stop explaining. We start listening. Not with sonar, not with data, but with something quieter, with wonder, with grief, with reverence. Each name, each vessel, each vanishing becomes part of a greater silence. A silence not of forgetting, but of holding, as if the ocean itself became an archive, not of knowledge, but of awe. We may never find every wreck. We may never know every cause, but we can return again and again to this stillness, to remember, to imagine, to feel, because beneath the quiet black, the lost are not lost to us. They drift through our minds, in sonar pings imagined, in flickers of footage, in stories retold. They haunt not with horror, but with presence, unresolved, unexplained, endlessly deep. And so we end not with answers, but with questions left open like the sea. What else rests below? What echoes have we not yet heard? What names remain unspoken? We turn off the lights now. We close the hatches. We descend once more into the hush. The story is over, but the silence continues. Somewhere, a signal waits. A pressure wave rises. A memory flickers on a screen. And the ocean, vast, dark, and listening, holds it all. Thank you for drifting with us. This journey through vanished submarines and silent depths was made possible by countless voices, historians, oceanographers, families, archivists, and sailors who share their memories and knowledge with the world. To the crews of the K-129, USS Scorpion, Kursk, Minerve, Dakar, Thresher, and every other submarine lost to time, we remember you. To the families who waited, to the listeners who searched, to the voices that fell silent too soon, your stories live in the quiet we carry forward. Sources consulted include declassified naval archives, testimonies from military inquiries, oceanographic research papers, documentaries and survivor interviews, public domain sonar records and maritime journals, music by composers who understand the stillness between notes, sound design inspired by the deep and the space between pings, written, edited, and narrated with care. No rush, no resolution, just presence. You may still hear echoes. That's all right. Let them drift. Let the black sea cradle the silence. We'll remain here in the quiet. Thank you for listening. Low ambient hum, like distant ocean currents moving slowly in the dark. A faint creak of pressure on metal, like a distant hull shifting under weight. No words, no voice, just the breath of the sea, slowed and softened, curling around itself in endless motion. Somewhere, barely audible, a deep, pulsing tone like sonar but older, slower. In the darkness, time stretches. No need to think now. No need to search. Just let the stillness settle. Let your breathing match the rhythm of the deep. Let your body go slack, like a vessel gently descending into calm waters. Soft vibration. Almost like a memory, not a sound. Nothing chases you here. Nothing waits. Only drift. Only black. Only water folding over itself, folding over time, over thought, over memory. You're safe in the silence. Let the current take you. Long pause. Just faint ocean murmur, dark, wet, timeless. Whatever was lost, the sea holds. And whatever you carry, it can rest now. No need to surface. No need to speak. Just let go. Black screen remains. Underwater creaks fade into a low pulse. Then nothing but soft, low, ambient hum. No ending. No return. Only the deep. Only sleep.